Good evening and welcome to another Wednesday here with BreakTraders. I know we're excited because we have 2020-21 Obsidian basketball hobby releasing. We have a card, a random for that with quite a few very few spots. Oh, that just sold out. That's awesome. We also have a 3-team random as well, or not a 3-team random, sorry, a hit draft and a pick your team plus a random as well for that. We also have some Chronicles of basketball. We had a 3-team random that just sold out, but we have another one of those up on deck, and you can get 30% off all of our new releases in basketball tonight with the promo code 929hoops. We also have some teams available in our pre-scheduled breaks, and you can get 20% off of all of those spots with the promo code 929EB20, 929EB20. And last but not least, let's rock some 2020 football tonight. You can get 20% off those with promo code 2020FB. All right, that being said, we do have some baseball ready to rock, with some absolute baseball, and we will get right to that in just one moment. Alrighty, sorry about that, folks. I think we're ready to go, John. Any reason we wouldn't be ready?
None that I'm aware of.
None that John's aware of. None that I'm aware of. So here we go, folks. This is break 1409, the 2021 Panini Absolute One Box Baseball. We have Shohei Ohtani of the Los Angeles Angels coming up first, going to Christopher, followed by Heimer Candelario of the Detroit Tigers to Chris as well. Billy Martin of the New York Yankees going to Chris. Then we have Ronald Acuna Jr. of the Atlanta Braves going to Jacob, followed by Brandon Woodruff of the Milwaukee Brewers headed to Harry. JD Martinez of the Boston Red Sox going to Christopher B. And then we have Zach Gallen out of 149 of the Arizona Diamondbacks going to Christopher B. as well, followed by a prospects, Bobby Witt Jr. of the Kansas City Royals, headed to Christopher B. And now our first memorabilia of this one is going to be Jason Hayward, and that is 20 out of 99. Excuse me. 20 out of 99, and that is going to Christopher. Christopher B. with the Chicago Cubs. And now what I'm expecting to be a rookie signatures. It is not, though. It is a Tools of the Trade, and it is going to be a rookie patch auto. Braylon Marquez. Braylon Marquez, also of the Chicago Cubs, going to Chris B. And that is 19 out of 49 right there. Beautiful, beautiful hit. Alrighty. On to the second box here of the 2021 Absolute Baseball. And we have no teams available in... Well, sorry, I got something in my throat here.
You okay?
Yep, I'm good. Good evening, Haley. I just have a little tickle and got to get this monster open and then I'll be all good. All right, we got Juan Soto of the Nationals, followed by Anthony Rizzo of the Cubs, Starling Marte of the Miami Marlins, followed by Roy Campanella of the Brooklyn Dodgers, now the LA Dodgers, JT Realmuto of the Phillies, followed by a Javier Baez out of 199 of the Chicago Cubs heading to Chris. And then we have Chris Bryant. Wow, this is just a Cubs box right here. Chris Bryant of the Chicago Cubs headed to Chris as well. And then Matt Chapman out of 149 of the Oakland Athletics heading to Matt. And here we go, folks. We have a little bit of a Joe Torre throwback. Joe Torre of the St. Louis Cardinals. And that is going to be heading to Chris G. So far, it is the sweep of the Chris's. The sweep of the Chris's on our memorabilia cards this evening. And the last memorabilia card from this break is going to be a Tanner Hook rookie patch auto. And that is 16 out of 25 of the Boston Red Sox headed to Christopher B. And what a break for the Chris's this evening. All four memorabilias went to someone with the first name of Chris. All right, let's run down these parallels and these inserts. We have the unsung heroes, Matt Chapman out of 149 of the Oakland Athletics to Matt. The icons, Chris Bryant of the Cubs to Chris B. Then we have Javier Baez out of 199 of the Chicago Cubs going to Chris B. A prospects, Bobby Witt Jr. of the Kansas City Royals heading to Chris B. And Zach Gallen out of 149 of the Arizona Diamondbacks going to Chris B as well. And now let's hit on our featured cards. We have two tools of the trade. We have the Jason Hayward out of 99 of the Chicago Cubs going to Chris B. And the Joe Torre out of 49 of the St. Louis Cardinals headed to Chris G. And then we have the out of 49 and the out of 99 rookie patch autos. The out of 49 Braylon Marquez of the Chicago Cubs heading to Chris B. And joining him there is Tanner Hook of the Boston Red Sox out of 25. Good evening, Kevin. Good evening, John. Hey, Mike. Great to see all of y'all. And with that, we are done with break 1409. Done with break 1409. We will be back in 60 seconds with break number 1410. Break number 1410 in 60 seconds. Alrighty, we are back here with 1410, ready to rock and roll with some Bowman Chrome right here. But first, we're going to do our first show keyword giveaway of the evening. First show keyword giveaway of the evening. There it is. Alrighty, folks, for those of you who are new to BreakTraders and don't know how this works, I will put a keyword up on the screen. Once it's in the chat, you'll have 1 minute to guess the TV show associated with that. So here we go, folks. That keyword is going to be friend. Brett, you're right. A big basketball night is ahead of us for sure. We've already got some Obsidian and some Chronicles draft picks on the schedule. Would love to see that. So with that Chronicles draft picks, there's a little bonus you get with that. Because there's so many undrafted free agents, we also do a serial filler just for you being entered, and you'll get your 3 teams plus a serial number. No correct guesses yet. Alrighty, folks. Guessing has ended. And I just wanted to let you let everyone know we have the Jacksonville Jaguars and New York Jets available in the next break of the evening. That's 14-11. You can take 20% off with the promo code in the chat. But you know what? Because I want to see these skyrocket right now, I'm going to do a new promo code quick that gives you 30% off both either the Jets or the Jaguars in that break. 1 second here, and I will drop a new promo code in there so that y'all can grab them. Alrighty. Using this link will allow you to take 30% off the Jaguars and the Jets in the next break. You'll have until about 7:50 to get those orders in for that. It is a 2021 certified football. Alrighty, folks, here we go. This is break 1410. The 1-box Bowman Chrome Pick Your Team. The dual boxes of Bowman Chrome, just Panini or Topps telling us they don't care about the environment there. Just messing around. I doubt that box is going to make much of a difference. It's like getting rid of our straws. And right before we get into this, I just want to welcome Andy with the Cubs, Michael with the Rockies, Steven with the Astros, Michael with the Dodgers, Kevin with the Marlins, Timothy with the Yankees, Andy with the Oakland Athletics, Steven with the Pittsburgh Pirates, Andy with the Padres, Corey with the Mariners, and Brian with the Tampa Bay Rays. Welcome to BreakTraders. Thank you for joining us tonight. It's always appreciated when we have new members of the BT community show up. And you can take 20% off your first purchase at BreakTraders.com with promo code NEWBT. All right, we have Vlad Guerrero Jr. of the Toronto Blue Jays, followed up by Yadier Molina of the St. Louis Cardinals. And then we're going to have a summer camp, Bobby Witt Jr. of the Kansas City Royals, and that's headed to David. Followed up by a Hedbert Perez of the Milwaukee Brewers, and then Nick Gonzalez of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Cynthia's taking the Jets. I wonder if someone will take advantage of getting the Jaguars for right around $70. I can tell you they typically go for more than that when they're auctioned off. We have Alex Kirilloff of the Minnesota Twins RC, and that's headed to Mark, followed by a Jesus Sanchez of the Miami Marlins, and that is heading to Kevin in Kevin's first break with BreakTraders, followed up by a Wander Franco of the Tampa Bay Rays, and then a Bowman first, and that's Christian Santana of the Detroit Tigers. And that is going to be heading to Justin. And here we go, folks. it is going to be a shimmer, and that is Heston Kjerstad of the Baltimore Orioles going to Daniel. All right, we have Tyler Stevenson of the Cincinnati Reds. Tyler Stevenson of the Cincinnati Reds right there. RC heading over to Buddy, followed by Nate Pearson of the Toronto Blue Jays. RC going to Buddy as well. Then we have a 40-man futures, Heidbert Perez of the Milwaukee Brewers, followed by a Bowman first, Luis Medina of the Milwaukee Brewers, and that is heading to Mark. Following that up with Max Meyer of the Miami Marlins. And just the Jaguars available. Take advantage of that because that will be closed in about 2 more packs. We have the Sam Huff RC of the Texas Rangers going to Cynthia, followed by Ketel Marte of the Arizona Diamondbacks, followed up by Robert Hassel of the San Diego Padres and Jordan Walker of the St. Louis Cardinals. And we're on to our first auto, and it is going to be a Reginald Preciado of the San Diego Padres, Bowman first, and that is going to be 68 out of 499, and that is going to Andy. And we got 2 packs left. And it looks like the Jaguars have been taken. The Jaguars have been scooped up. We have Kyle Lewis of the Seattle Mariners, followed up by Jesus Luzardo of the Oakland Athletics. Then we're going to have a Tyler Soderstrom out of 199 of the Oakland A's, and that is going to Andy. Following that up with Patrick Bailey of the Giants and Nick Lodolo of the Cincinnati Reds. Now the only available teams for the first round of breaks are going to be some Revolution basketball, and I can guarantee you'll get those cheaper than you will in the auction. We have Jorge Soler of the Kansas City Royals, Jose Ramirez of the Cleveland Guardians, a 40-man futures, Jason Dominguez of the New York Yankees headed to Timothy, followed up by Garrett Mitchell of the Brewers and Victor Acosta of the San Diego Padres. Victor Acosta, Bowman first, the San Diego Padres, and that is going to Andy as well. And now we're on to our second box, and that Reginald auto of the Padres, a great hit, one of the top players in the Bowman first of this Bowman Chrome here tonight. We have JT Realmuto of the Phillies, Francisco Lindor of the New York Mets, a summer camp, Adley Rutschman of the Baltimore Orioles going to Daniel, followed up by a Kevin Amade of the Chicago Cubs headed to Andy. Kevin Amade of the Chicago Cubs headed to Andy right there. And that's a Bowman first. And then Josiah Gray of the Los Angeles Dodgers to wrap up that pack. We have Freddie Freeman of the Atlanta Braves, followed by Miguel Cabrera of the Detroit Tigers. And then we're going to have a Dawn of Glory, Austin Martin. Dawn of Glory, Austin Martin of the Toronto Blue Jays going to Buddy. Following that up with the Ed Howard of the Chicago Cubs and Marco Luciano of the San Francisco Giants. We have Keibert Ruiz of the Los Angeles Dodgers headed to Michael, followed up by Jose Garcia out of 499 of the Cincinnati Reds, going to Buddy. A 40-man futures, Maximo Acosta of the Texas Rangers going to Cynthia. Then we have Jared Kelly of the Chicago White Sox and Oswald Peraza of the New York Yankees. We have Luis Patino of the Tampa Bay Rays headed to Brian, and that's an RC, followed by a Spencer Howard RC of the Philadelphia Phillies, and that's going to be going to David. Then we have Alex Thomas of the Arizona Diamondbacks and a Carlos Calmarez of the Tampa Bay Rays, and that is going to be heading to Brian. And following that up, we have our next auto, and it is going to be Kyle Hurt of the Miami Marlins, and that is going to be going to Kevin. Welcome to BreakTraders, Kevin. There is an auto for you. And we have 2 packs left in this break. Double M, what a blast from the past. You missed the 100th show. We have Geraldo Perdomo of the Arizona Diamondbacks going to Christopher B. right there. That's a rookie, followed by Javier Baez of the Cubs. Then we're going to have a silver Luis Garcia RC of the Washington Nationals, followed up by Milkar Perez of the Seattle Mariners going to Corey, and that's a Bowman first right there. Following that up with a Yiddy Cape of the Miami Marlins going to Kevin. No, it's I just missed you. Juan Soto of the Nationals, followed by Brian Reynolds of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Then we have a 40-man futures, Nick Gonzalez of the Pittsburgh Pirates, and that is going to Steven, followed up by Christian Hernandez of the Chicago Cubs. Christian Hernandez of the Chicago Cubs going to Andy. And then Reed Detmers of the Los Angeles Angels going to Buddy. I would like to see select base basketball as well. You may notice some of the prices have changed. I know the cost of the Lakers went way down due to our dynamic pricing here at BreakTraders. Alrighty, let's run down these hits. We have a Luis Garcia RC of the Washington Nationals headed to Chris. Following that up with Geraldo Perdomo of the Arizona Diamondbacks, Spencer Howard of the Phillies, Luis Patino of the Tampa Bay Rays, Jose Garcia of the Cincinnati Reds, Kyber Ruiz of the Dodgers, Sam Huff of the Rangers, Nate Pearson of the Blue Jays, Tyler Stevenson of the Reds, Jesus Sanchez of the Marlins, and Alex Kirilloff of the Twins. Alrighty, and now we'll run down these Bowman first. We have Yiddy Cape of the Miami Marlins, Milkar Perez of the Mariners, Kevin Made of the Chicago Cubs right there. Then we have Victor Acosta of the San Diego Padres, followed by Luis Medina of the Milwaukee Brewers. Then we have Christian Hernandez of the Chicago Cubs, Bowman first, going to Andy. Carlos Calmarez of the Tampa Bay Rays going to Brian. And Christian Santana of the Detroit Tigers going to Justin. And now on to our featured cards. The box hit is going to be our Dawn of Glory Austin Martin of the Toronto Blue Jays heading to Buddy. And then here we go with our 2 autos. Both Bowman first. We have Kyle Hurt of the Miami Marlins going to Kevin, and Reginald Preciado out of 499 of the San Diego Padres going to Andy. That Kyle Hurt of the Marlins going to Kevin. And with that, we are done with break 1410. Done with break 1410. We will be back from BT Field in 3 minutes with break 1411. We are back with some certified football. Pretty excited to get going with that for sure. But first, folks, we are going to have to do our randomization of friend. All right, and the person who gets this randomization correct will get the Baltimore Ravens in this next break. Get the Baltimore Ravens in this next break. Double M, you haven't been here in a long time. This is a 35 or 40-year-old Bills hat here, so I don't think they made them in the fullbacks back then. And I don't think my forehead's that big. I mean, Double M, I'm waiting for your hat to be here. Friend. Alrighty. John, let's get a countdown.
Okay, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Steve West Jr.
Steve West has won the giveaway. Pretty sure, Steve, you're good with it if we just use Haley's information for you, correct? I'm sure he won't mind there. Because unless I don't know if Steve actually has his own account with us. I feel like it's the two of them together. So yeah, just use Haley's. As Steve said. Perfect. That means we're going to be able to get going here with some certified football. In terms of breaks that we got close to closing, what I would love to see close is the 2020 Prism Football Hobby Tiered Random. There's 4 spots left in the Tier 1, Tier 4 spots, and 3 spots left in the Tier 2, Tier 3 spots. So the Tier 1, Tier 4, I'll just show you quick. Here's how this works. If you purchase the Tier 1, Tier 4 spot, we will randomize. You'll get one team out of these top 10, and then one team out of these 10. If you purchase the Tier 2 and 3, misspoke, one team out of these 10 and one team out of these 10. If you purchase the Tiers 2 and 3, you get one team out of these 10 and one team out of these 10. So the Tier 1 spot's $190 and the Tier 2-3 spot is $95. So I would recommend let's get that going. We're also doing 20% off. So just some quick math on that. You're getting that Tier 1 spot for roughly $150. $150 right there. In addition, I would love to see we have some more Chronicles Draft Picks basketball and Obsidian basketball. If you if we get that Obsidian basketball, pick your team plus a random closed, you have a shot at the Charlotte Hornets and Minnesota Timberwolves with every purchase. Every purchase right there. Most expensive team is $75. So that gives you a great opportunity, especially when you're getting the 30% off right there. We've got some aggressive saute deals right there. And with that, we're going to get started. This is break 1411, the 2021 Certified Football 1-box break. we'll get right into this in a second. Just checking our schedule here. We have Matty Ice of the Falcons, followed by Simi Fiuku at a 149 RC of the Dallas Cowboys, and that is going to Christopher, followed up by DeAndre Hopkins out of 50 of the Arizona Cardinals, heading to Cynthia right there. We're going to make that a little featured card, a little dark horse out of 50, followed by Christian McCaffrey of the Panthers and Cortland Sutton of the Denver Broncos. And here we go. We're on to our second pack. We have A.J. Brown of the Tennessee Titans. We're going to have a redemption card here, followed by a Stars, Lamar Jackson of the Baltimore Ravens going to Haley. Then we have George Kittle of the 49ers and Zeke Elliott of the Dallas Cowboys. And our redemption right here is going to be a Kyle Pitts Freshman Fabrics Mirror Signatures of the Atlanta Falcons heading to Cynthia. And that means it's going to get the sizzle sticker for Cynthia. Nice hit right there for Cynthia. Adam, I'd love to see some Mosaic basketball as well. Unfortunately, that's not released yet, and I believe that's coming out. You can always check on the BreakTraders calendar. The actual what it says on the actual product may be the original, but I think Mosaic basketball got pushed to. Gotta go into October here. Got pushed to November 3rd. And I may have to update our calendar again as well. We have Jalen Hurts of the Eagles. And then we have a little gold team, Devontae Adams of the Green Bay Packers, headed to Christopher B., followed up by Sam Darnold of the Panthers and Josh Allen of the Jacksonville Jaguars. And here we go, folks. It is going to be a new generation out of 249. That is Michael Carter of the New York Jets heading to Cynthia. I agree, Adam. Dang, Panini is right. Luckily, next week we got some Origins football coming out. Origins football, and then in 2 weeks after that, some Absolute football. We have Joe Burrow of the Bengals, followed by DeAndre Hopkins out of 299. DeAndre Hopkins out of 299. And then boom, shakalaka, there it is. It is a graffiti. Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers, and that is going to Haley. Then we have J.J. Watt of the Arizona Cardinals and Justin Herbert of the Los Angeles Chargers right there. We have Kirk Cousins of the Minnesota Vikings, followed by J.C. Horn out of 399 of the Carolina Panthers. J.C. Horn of the Carolina Panthers going to Steven. Following up with a filler card right there. Then we have the dark horse, Tyreek Hill of the Kansas City Chiefs heading to Cynthia. Followed up by Jonnu Smith of the New England Patriots and David Montgomery of the Chicago Bears. We have Jonathan Taylor of the Colts, Devin White of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and out of 199, dark horse Delvin Cook of the Minnesota Vikings heading to Haley. Followed up by Chase Claypool of the Steelers and then Robbie Anderson of the Panthers. Harry, that is Kyle Pitts, and it is going to Cynthia. We have Derek Carr of the Raiders, followed by Ryan Tannehill out of 50 of the Tennessee Titans, going to Chris right there. Following that up with a Von Miller seal of approval of the Denver Broncos, going to Steven. And then we have Derrick Henry of the Titans and Aaron Donald of the Rams. Here, that just goes to show that sometimes you just gotta pull that trigger, right? We have Devontae Parker of the Miami Dolphins, followed up by a Stars, Patrick Mahomes of the Kansas City Chiefs, headed to Cynthia. Following that up by Dak Prescott of the Cowboys and Julio Jones of the Atlanta Falcons. And last, here we go, a pieces of the game, and that's going to be Mr. Jacob Eason of the Indianapolis Colts. Talk about a disappointing team. That Indianapolis Colts going to Chris. Talk about a disappointing team this year. I really thought the Colts were going to be a top tier team, and they did not. They just have disappointed. Antonio Gibson of the Washington football team, followed by a Mirror Signatures, Matt Breida of the Miami Dolphins. That's not right, but 6 out of 40 of the Miami Dolphins going to Michael. Matt Breida, a member of the Buffalo Bills. Aaron Donald of the Los Angeles Rams going to Cynthia with that gold team right there. Then we have James Robinson of the Jags and Kyler Murray of the Cardinals. I was in on Wentz. I was in on Wentz for sure. We have a little Baker Mayfield of the Cleveland Browns. Pat Fryermuth RC out of 199 of the Pittsburgh Steelers headed to Tim. Followed up by a 2021 graffiti, Jalen Hurts of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Buddy. And then we have Keenan Allen of the Chargers and Myles Gaskins of the Miami Dolphins. And before we run down these teams, wanted to welcome Chris with the Buffalo Bills, Michael with the Los Angeles Chargers and Miami Dolphins, Timothy with the Patriots, the Steelers, and the Jaguars, Ashley with the Buccaneers, and Timothy again with the Washington football team. Thank you for joining us for the first time tonight. You can use promo code NEWBT on 20% off your first purchase. We have Pat Fryermuth out of 199 to kick off our rookie rundown going to Timothy. J.C. Horn out of 399 of the Carolina Panthers to Steven. And Simi Fiuku out of 149 of the Dallas Cowboys going to Chris. Harry, your guess is as good as mine on that one. Alrighty, let's run down these hits. Our non-memorabilia hits, we have the out of 50 Ryan Tannehill, the out of 50 DeAndre Hopkins, and then the graffiti Trey Lance. Graffiti Trey Lance. Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers going to Haley. DeAndre Hopkins of the Arizona Cardinals to Cynthia, and Ryan Tannehill of the Tennessee Titans to Christopher B. Memorabilia hits. We have the Jacob Eason piece of the game, the Michael Carter New Generation patch, and the Mirror Signatures, Matt Breida. Matt Breida out of 40 of the Miami Dolphins going to Michael. Michael Carter of the New York Jets headed to Cynthia, and that's out of 249. And Jacob Eason out of 249 of the Colts headed to Chris. And then here we go, folks. It is our sizzle sticker, and that is going to be a Kyle Pitts Freshman Fabrics Mirror Signature Redemption, and that is heading to Cynthia. And with that, we are done with break 1411. 1411, and we will be back with the break 1412 in just a moment. All right, we got some Donruss Football Hobby Hybrid H2, which is exciting. I'm pumped up about that as well, mainly because I don't have to open 18 packs of cards. And I think John and the rest of the team is thrilled that we don't have to sort 18 packs of cards, most of which aren't worth much. Yeah, Harry, I started Singletary this weekend. Because he's had two, I thought, decently strong games, and then Zach Moss touched the ball the entire time. So you never know what you're going to get there. All right, we've got some teams to auction off here. The first team is the Miami Dolphins. Miami, the bidding will start at $5 in increments of $1. The Miami Dolphins, $5 in increments of $1. We have 5 from Michael. 5 from Michael for the Dolphins. Do we have 6? 7 from Harry. Yeah, Brett, I see all these Sixers fans dumping on Ben Simmons, and it's like, y'all ran him out of town. Philly fans are the reason he's leaving. So I just don't get it. They were such assholes to him after the playoffs, in which, his offensive performance wasn't great, but his defensive performance was spectacular. I don't know. I mean, the guy's never been a wildly offensive threat. 9 from Steven, 10 from Michael, and we are cooking with gas in this Miami Dolphins auction right here. Yeah, that I meant after the playoffs. All right, we're going to start the countdown. 30 seconds on the clock. Any bids in the 30 seconds window will trigger a 15-second bid window. Steven with 11, which means we will go to 15 seconds. 15 seconds. Any bids in this will re-trigger another 15-second timer. 12 from Michael, which means we're already going to have another timer. Michael takes it for $12. And Michael, you know what to do. The link is in the chat. And also, I just dropped in the chat 30% off the remaining teams in breaks 14, 13, and 14, 14. I'd rather give you an opportunity to get them for 30% off than sit there and auction all of them off. Alrighty, Michael, you won't know what to, you have the link in the chat right there. The next team we're auctioning off is the New York Jets. Bidding for the Jets will begin at $10 in increments of $1. 10 from Mr. CEO. Do we have 11? Do we have 12? Do we have someone who just wants to grab the Jets for 20? Thank you, Michael. Alrighty, doesn't look like we have anyone else interested in the Jets. Could be the steal of the night. 30 seconds on the clock. Any bids in the 30-second window will trigger a 15-second window, and that will continue to trigger until there's no bids in one 15-second time period. The Bills will not be up for auction. Oh, Robert, it's because you are on Facebook. If you come over to our YouTube channel, you'll be able to see all the people that are alive. All right, Mr. CEO with so far the steal of the evening. Getting the Jets for less than the Dolphins went. Incredible right there. Alrighty, and our next auction is the Pittsburgh Steelers. Bidding will start at $5 in increments of $1. $8 from Mr. CEO. 8 from Mr. CEO for the Steelers. 10 from Justin. And we're going to start the countdown. Any bids in this window, or in the 30-second window, will trigger a new 15-second window. We have to go 15 seconds without a bid. No, it's a dolphin. CEO with 11. $12 from Justin, and we'll have another 15-second countdown. And with that, Justin takes the Steelers for $12. Justin takes the Steelers for $12. Justin, you can pay via the link in the chat. While we wait for that, we're going to do our next keyword giveaway. John, you let me know when you're ready for that. Betrayal is the keyword. 1 minute to guess the TV show. No correct guesses yet. Jonathan, I'm not really able to go through and figure out what you bought into tonight. That would be pretty much impossible for me to do in the middle of a show. I apologize about that. And Justin, can you let us know what other break and team break, if you have been in one tonight, and what team you were in that break, so we can tie your stuff together with that one. And there we have it. Show giveaway guessing has ended. Perfect. Sounds good. Sounds good, Justin. So John, can you drop the email link and stuff in the chat so he knows what information to send to us, so that we can set him up in our system. Alrighty, we are good to go here, folks. I will give you until halfway through this break to take advantage of the 30% off of the remaining teams in the next two Revolution basketball breaks. You can go to that link right there in the chat. Alrighty, folks, here we go. This is break 1412, the 2021 Donruss Hobby H2 one box. Pick your team. $10 packs per box, 10 cards per box. Oh, okay, Justin, we can find you. Jerry Jeudy of the Broncos to get things started. Brandon Graham of the Eagles. Emmanuel Ogbah of the Miami Dolphins. Trey Hendrickson of the Bengals. Then we're going to have a little Taysom Hill right there, followed up by a Laviska Shenault. Then we have a Jalen Darden RC of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Jason, followed up by a red press-proof Chris Evans of the Cincinnati Bengals RC going to Michael, followed up by a Dom Power Formulas Nick Chubb of the Cleveland Browns, and a retro series Peyton Manning of the Indianapolis Colts. We have Patrick Patterson of the Vikings to get things started. Rob Gronkowski of the Bucks. Chase Young of the Washington Football Team. Following that up with a little Aaron Donald of the Rams. Travis Kelce of the Chiefs. And then a Jamar Chase RC of the Cincinnati Bengals headed to Michael. And then we're going to have that lime green Chris Evans of the Cincinnati Bengals rated a rookie going to Michael as well, followed by a red press-proof Patrick Peterson of the Minnesota Vikings. And then we have a Bo Jackson of the Los Angeles, now the Las Vegas Raiders. And then to wrap this one up, we have a Gridiron Kings Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers. Gridiron Kings, Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers, and that is going to Matt. Matt is new with BreakTraders. Welcome, Matt, and we will take the second here to welcome all of our new members. We have John with the Baltimore Ravens, Michael with the Bengals, Christopher with the Jacksonville Jaguars, Matt with the 49ers, and Jason with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Welcome to BreakTraders. You can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first purchase at BreakTraders.com. David, we don't really. I mean, we occasionally do multi-box breaks depending on the size of the box, but we haven't really had any interest in case breaks due to the cost associated with those. So that's really we try to keep it one box breaks so that we can have people allow everyone to join in. Marcus Peters of the Ravens, DeAndre Hopkins of the Cardinals, Molly Cox of the Colts. We have George Kittle of the 49ers, followed by DeMarcus Lawrence of the Cowboys. A Racey McMath rated a rookie of the Tennessee Titans going to Cynthia, followed by another green preview. This one, Shatarius Tutu Atwell of the Los Angeles Rams headed to Cynthia. Then we have Rob Gronkowski, the red press proof of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, followed up by the rookies, and that is going to be Mr. Mac Jones. Mac Jones of the New England Patriots going to Chris. Following that up with Ndamukong Suh, the champ is here of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And look at this, our first box of this Donruss Hobby Hybrid H2, and we are cooking with gas. Got two rookie QBs to get started there. Danielle Hunter of the Vikings, Chris Godwin of the Buccaneers, Logan Thomas of the Washington Football Team, Zach Cunningham of the Texans, followed up by Amari Cooper of the Cowboys and Russell Wilson of the Seahawks. Then we have Tylan Wallace, RC of the Baltimore Ravens, going to John, followed up by a red press proof Joe Burrow of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Michael, followed up by Chris Johnson of the Tennessee Titans to Cynthia. And then we have a little Josh Jacobs, Gridiron Kings of the Raiders, going to Cynthia as well. Yeah, anytime we've done Blaster, they're multi-box for sure. We've done like some 6-boxers. Henry Ruggs, the third of the Raiders, Chris Carson of the Seahawks, Derrick Henry of the Titans, TJ Hawkinson of the Lions, followed by Adam Thielen of the Vikings, Marvin Jones Jr. of the Jags, a Micah Parsons RC of the Dallas Cowboys headed to Chris, followed up by a red press proof Dak Prescott of the Dallas Cowboys going to Chris as well. Then we're going to have a Justin Tucker Dominators of the Baltimore Ravens going to John, followed up by a highlights Alex Smith of the Washington Football Team to wrap up that pack. And we are about 50% of the way through this break. We have Tim Patrick of the Broncos, Brandon Ayuk of the 49ers, Damian Dill of the Lions, Malcolm Jenkins of the Saints, followed by Christian McCaffrey of the Panthers and Terry Bradshaw of the Steelers. Then we have a Peyton Turner rated a rookie of the New Orleans Saints going to Cynthia, followed by Quinnen Williams, red press proof of the New York Jets right there. Then we have an Elite Series rookies, Elijah Moore of the New York Jets, going to Mr. CEO. Going to Mr. CEO right there, followed by a Retro Series, Marshall Faulk of the Rams, headed to Cynthia. David, thank you for the feedback. I will definitely attempt to do some multi-box breaks in the future that if I can find some at the right price point for everyone. We have Kenyon Drake of the Raiders, Tyler Lockett of the Seahawks, followed up by Randall Cobb of the Texans, Anthony Frisker of the Titans, followed up by Chase Claypool of the Steelers, Kyle Murray of the Cardinals. Then we have a Sammy Ellinger of the Indianapolis Colts, RC, going to Cynthia, followed by a red press-proof Malcolm Jenkins of the Saints, headed to Cynthia. And then we're going to have the rookies, Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons, going to Cynthia as well, followed up by a little retro series, Michael Vick of the Atlanta Falcons. Imagine Kyle Pitts, imagine Michael Vick, like prime Michael Vick on the last couple Atlanta teams. That would have been incredible. Nick Chubb of the Browns, Charles Woodson of the Raiders, Joe Burrow of the Bengals, Devontae Parker of the Dolphins. And here we go. We're going to have Ben Roethlisberger of the Steelers, Aaron Rodgers of the Green Bay Packers, followed up by a Marquez Stevenson, RC, of the Buffalo Bills, going to Cynthia. And then we have the red press-proof Kellen Mond of the Minnesota Vikings, going to Haley, followed up by a Dominators, Allen Robinson of the Bears, going to Haley. And then we have Trevor Lawrence with that portrait of the Jacksonville Jaguars, going to Christopher. And we got 2 packs left, and we've already got 3 out of the 5 QBs. Khalil Mack of the Bears, Jalen Mills of the Patriots, Derek Brown of the Panthers, Matt Stafford of the Rams, followed up by a little Justin Herbert of the Chargers, Aaron Jones of the Packers, and then we're going to have a Travis Etienne Jr. of the Jacksonville Jaguars, going to Chris, followed up by a Barry Sanders Legends series of the Detroit Lions, headed to Chris, and then a road to the Super Bowl. That is Mr. Josh Allen, the 17-3 divisional round victory at home against the Baltimore Ravens. And then this one was flipped over, and it is going to be a Demetric Felton out of 500 for the Cleveland Browns, going to Chris B. I got excited there. I thought we were going to sneak an auto out of our first Hobby Hybrid H2 box right there. We have Mr. Baker Mayfield of the Browns, Tiki Barber of the Giants, Tua of the Dolphins, Sam Darnold of the Panthers, Dak Prescott of the Cowboys, Quinnen Williams of the Jets. Then we have Odafe Owe of the Baltimore Ravens, headed to John. Then we're going to have a DeAndre Swift out of 500 of the Detroit Lions, headed to Chris B. Followed by an Action All-Pros Cordell Patterson of the Bears, going to Haley. And then a Portraits Elijah Moore of the New York Jets. And that is heading to Mr. CEO. Alrighty. Let's run down these rookies, and then we'll get into our featured cards. We have an Elijah Moore portrait-rated rookie of the New York Jets to Mr. CEO. Odafe Owe of the Baltimore Ravens. Demetric Felton out of 500 of the Cleveland Browns. A little Travis Etienne Jr. of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Followed by a red press-proof Kellen Mond of the Minnesota Vikings. Marquez Stevenson of the Buffalo Bills. The Rookies edition, Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons. A Sam Ellinger base of the Indianapolis Colts. The Elite Series rookies, Elijah Moore of the New York Jets. Followed up by a Peyton Turner of the New Orleans Saints. Micah Parsons of the Dallas Cowboys. Tylan Wallace of the Baltimore Ravens. A green preview rated rookie right there, and that is Chatarius Tutu Atwell Or wait, no, this is, sorry, just a green rated rookie. My mistake right there. Seeing as those are 2 per case, there's no shot we got one of those. My fault. Cyrus Atwell of the Rams going to Cynthia. Racy McMath of the Titans heading to Cynthia. And then Chris Evans of the Cincinnati Bengals. And that is going to Michael. Following that up with Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals. A red press-proof Chris Evans of the Bengals. And Jalen Darden of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And now on to the featured cards. And the featured cards are all our rookies. We have Mac Jones, Trey Lance, and Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Christopher L. Trey Lance of the 49ers going to Matt. And then we have Mac Jones of the New England Patriots going to Chris with a K. And with that, we are done with break 14-12. We'll be right back from the hardwood. Be right back with the hardwood of some Revolution basketball. Alrighty, we are back with some Revolution basketball, and we have a 4-pack to auction off. It's going to be the Pacers, the Clippers, the Raptors, and the Jazz. We're going to start the bidding at $10 in increments of $1. Roxanne, go to your bed. Go to your bed. Good girl. Lay down. A little 4-pack here to get things started.
Quite the package.
Quite the package is right. We have 11 from David, 12 from Jonathan. $30 seconds on the clock. Any bids in the 30-second window will trigger a new 15-second timer at the end. Alrighty. Jonathan wins it for $12. And while we wait to receive Jonathan's payment, type betrayal in the chat. Sounds good, Haley. Betrayal, 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 betrayal. John, can we get a 10-second countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Joshua B.
Joshua B. getting the 2015 Prestige. No, Jeff, you are right in time. Mohamed Sanu of the Bengals, Lorenzo Taliaferro of the Ravens, Dennis Pitta of the Ravens, Ryan Kerrigan of the Washington football team, Kelvin Benjamin of the Patriots, or of the Panthers, Matt Ryan of the Falcons, Little Duke Johnson of the Browns, and Tyler Lockett of the Seahawks. Alrighty, here we go. John, can you get those teams loaded? This is break 14-13, the 2020-21 Panini Revolution one box. Pick your team. Giannis of the Bucks, Nikola Jokic of the Nuggets, Kristaps Porzingis of the Mavs. We have an Astro, John Collins of the Atlanta Hawks, going to Daniel. Following that up with a Vortex, Zach LaVine of the Chicago Bulls, going to Bob. And on to our next. We have Kawhi Leonard of the Clippers, Tim Hardaway Jr. of the Mavs, Zach LaVine of the Bulls. Then we have a Jordan Nwora Astro of the Milwaukee Bucks headed to Nick. Following that up, we have Patrick Williams of the Chicago Bulls. Patrick Williams of the Chicago Bulls, and that is going to Bob. Kelly Oubre Jr. of the Warriors, Kemba Walker of the Celtics, Gordon Hayward of the Hornets. Then we're going to have a little RJ Barrett, and that is going to be an Astro of the New York Knicks going to Anthony, followed up by a Shockwave Revolution, James Harden of the Rockets. Steven Adams of the Pelicans, Karis LeVert of the Nets, Kyle Kuzma of the Lakers, followed by a Vortex, Donovan Mitchell, and that's going to be a Fractal of the Utah Jazz going to Jonathan, followed up by Terrell Terry RC of the Dallas Mavericks headed to Michael. Jaylen Brown of the Celtics, Brooke Lopez of the Bucks, Lou Williams of the Clippers, a Groove, D'Angelo Russell of the Minnesota Timberwolves going to Dustin, followed up by Onunika Okongwu, rookie Revolution of the Atlanta Hawks going to Daniel. And we got 3 packs left in this one. Chris Paul of the Suns, Bradley Beal of the Pistons, CJ McCollum of the Trailblazers, a Groove Andre Drummond of the Cleveland Cavaliers going to Christopher B. And then we're going to have an Anthony Edwards of the Minnesota Timberwolves, and that is heading to Dustin. Lonzo Ball of the Pelicans, Markelle Fultz of the Magic, Carmelo Anthony of the Trailblazers. Then we're going to have a little RJ Barrett Cosmic out of 100 of the New York Knicks going to Anthony. Following that up with an Onyeka Okongwu base RC of the Atlanta Hawks headed to Daniel. Kevin Love of the Cavaliers, D'Angelo Russell of the Timberwolves, Andre Drummond of the Cavs, followed by a Groove RC, Trey Jones of the San Antonio Spurs going to Buddy, and then a Shockwave Revolution, Damian Lillard of the Trailblazers. And before we run these down, I want to welcome Aaron with the Pistons, Nick with the Bucks, and Donald with the 76ers. All right, here are our inserts. We have the Damian Lillard Shockwave Revolution of the Trailblazers, the Fractal Vortex Donovan Mitchell of the Jazz, a Shockwave Revolution James Harden of the Rockets, and a Vortex Zach LaVine of the Bulls. And then our veteran parallels, we have the Astro Johns Collins of the Hawks, followed by RJ Barrett of the New York Knicks. Then we have the Groove Andre Drummond of the Cavaliers and the Groove D'Angelo Russell of the Minnesota Timberwolves. Yep, break 1412 was before this one. And now our rookie rundown. Our base rookies, Onyeka Okongwu of the Hawks, Terrell Terry of the Mavs, and Patrick Williams of the Bulls. And then we have the Astro, Jordan Nwora of the Milwaukee Bucks, the Groove, Trey Jones of the San Antonio Spurs, and the Rookie Revolution, Onyeka Okongwu of the Atlanta Hawks. And with that, we are done with the rookie rundown, and we're on to our featured cards, of which there's two. There's the Impact RJ Barrett of the New York Knicks going to Anthony, followed up by the base Anthony Edwards of the Minnesota Timberwolves, and that is going to Dustin. And with that, we are done with break 1413. We'll be right back with 1414. Alrighty, here we go with some more Revolution basketball, and we have another 4-pack of teams to auction off. Another 4-packs of teams to auction off. It's going to be the Nuggets, the Pacers, the Clippers, and the Raptors. Begins at $5 with increments of $1. Kevin with 5. Do we have 6? Alrighty, 30 seconds will start here. Any bids in the 30-second window will trigger another 15-second window. And Kevin has won them for $5. Kevin, you can drop your payment to the link in the chat. And while we wait for that, we will do our next show keyword. And that is going to be Tiger. No correct guesses yet. Tiger, tiger, tiger. No correct keywords yet. No correct guesses yet. Show giveaway guessing has ended. Wow, we are killing this one, John. Killing this one. And Kevin's in a bunch of breaks with us, so you should be able to find his info pretty luckily. Pretty easily, I mean. Alrighty. Can we get those teams loaded up?
Okay.
Here we go, folks. This is break 1414, the 2020-21 Revolution One Box Pick Your Team. Here we go. We have Christian Wood of the Houston Rockets, followed by Miles Bridges of the Hornets, John Collins of the Hawks, and then a Groove Jamal Murray of the Denver Nuggets. Groove Jamal Murray of the Denver Nuggets, followed by an Aaron Naismith RC of the Boston Celtics. Is anyone else having trouble seeing the team or teams? Because they are definitely listed in the YouTube window we have. They look good to go. Mitchell Robinson of the Knicks, RJ Barrett of the Knicks, Buddy Hield of the Kings, followed by an Astro, Kevin Hurtzer of the Atlanta Hawks, headed to Anthony. And then we have a Vortex, D'Angelo Russell of the Minnesota Timberwolves. And that is going to Jeff. If you're on your phone, Jeff, sometimes it cuts it off. We have Devin Booker of the Suns, Steph Curry of the Warriors, Joel Embiid of the 76ers, a Astro Cole Anthony of the Orlando Magic going to Ben, followed by Precious Achua of the Miami Heat going to Cynthia. And before we get too deep into this break, I just want to recognize Michael joining us with the Boston Celtics, Seth joining us with the Bulls and Mavericks, Nick with the Milwaukee Bucks, Ben with the Magic, Trevor with the 76ers, and Ben with the San Antonio Spurs. Thank you for joining us for the first time. You please feel free to use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first purchase at BreakTraders.com. Anthony Davis of the Lakers, Nikola Vukovic of the Magic, Jaren Jackson of the Grizzlies, a rookie revolution Tyrese Maxey of the 76ers headed to Trevor, followed by Udoka Azubuike of the Utah Jazz going to Kenneth. Luka Doncic of the Dallas Mavericks, followed by Alfred Payton of the Knicks, Draymond Green of the Warriors, a Groove, Kevin Huerter of the Atlanta Hawks going to Anthony, followed by a Supernova, Jimmy Butler of the Miami Heat going to Cynthia. We have Kevin Huerter of the Hawks, Jamal Murray of the Denver Nuggets, followed up by a Andrew Wiggins Astro of the Golden State Warriors, and then we have a Vortex Trae Young of the Atlanta Hawks, and we're following that up with a Jalen Smith Auto of the Phoenix Suns going to Cynthia. And we have 2 packs left in this break. Kobe White of the Bulls, Kyrie Irving of the Nets, Rudy Gobert of the Jazz, a Terrell Maxey Impact RC out of 100. Terrell Terry, of the Dallas Mavericks headed to Seth, followed by a Desmond Bane RC of the Memphis Grizzlies going to Kenneth. Trae Young of the Hawks, Devontae Graham of the Hornets, LaMarcus Aldridge of the Spurs, a Josh Green Groove RC of the Dallas Mavericks, followed by a liftoff, a Zion Williamson of the New Orleans Pelicans. Liftoff, a Zion of the New Orleans Pelicans, and that is going to Anthony. Alrighty, let's run down these vet inserts. We have the Vortex, Trae Young of the Hawks, the Supernova, Jimmy Butler of the Heat, and the Vortex, D'Angelo Russell of the Minnesota Timberwolves. And then to follow that up, we have the Astro, Andrew Wiggins of the Golden State Warriors, the Astro, Kevin Huerter of the Hawks, the Groove, Jamal Murray of the Nuggets, and the Groove, Kevin Huerter of the Atlanta Hawks as well, right there. And then our base rookies are going to be Desmond Bane of the Grizzlies going to Kenneth, Udoka Azubuike of the Utah Jazz to Kenneth, Precious Achua of the Miami Heat to Cynthia, and Aaron Naismith of the Boston Celtics headed to Michael. And our rookie are both our insert and our parallel rookies. We have the Astro, Cole Anthony of the Orlando Magic going to Ben, the Groove, Josh Green of the Dallas Mavericks going to Seth, and the Rookie Revolution, Tyrese Maxey of the 76ers going to Trevor. And now on to our featured cards. We have the Liftoff, a Zion, the out of 100 impact Terrell Terry RC of the Mavericks. And to top it off, the Jalen Smith RC auto. Jalen Smith of the Phoenix Suns going to Cynthia. And then Terrell Terry of the Dallas Mavericks going to Seth. And with that, we are done with break 1414. We'll be back in 5 minutes with Mr. CEO's 4-box HTA personal. Alrighty, we are back. Mr. CEO, are you in his house? You let me know if you are here.
He's here?
Awesome. Mr. CEO is in the house. Let's rip. The first ever 4-box personal. I'm excited for this for sure. The only negative about this is that we're going to run out of space on our featured cards because it only goes to 12. And since all these are autos, they're all going to get that featured card section.
We'll have to run them down.
Alrighty, let's get started here. First, we're going to have the Jose Baez RC of the Cleveland Guardians. After that, we have a Yohendrick Pinago RC auto of the Cincinnati of the Cubs. Then we're going to have a Chris Bubich with auto of the Kansas City Royals. Holy crap, we're going to have a 5 auto box. Mr. CEO just getting hot right off the gate here. We have a Pablo Abreu Bowman first auto, and then an out of $4.99 Adam Kerner auto. Trying to get those all on the screen right there. A little too extra in that one. Alrighty, we'll get this numbered Adam Kerner right there in the featured cards. We'll keep that Chris Bubich off to the side. Then we have Jose Baez of the Cleveland Guardians. Following that up with Yohendrick Pinago of the Cubs right there. Followed up with a Pablo Abreu of the Milwaukee Brewers. Not a bad start to the personal, Mr. CEO. A little 5-card box to get things started there, and now we're into our second HTA choice. First off, we have the George Feliz of the Seattle Mariners. Next up, we're going to have Angel Rondon of the St. Louis Cardinals. And last but not least, out of 150, it's going to be Helcris Olivares of the Colorado Rockies. Helcris Olivares of the Colorado Rockies. And that is out of 150. Alrighty, and we're about to be on our third box here. We have a Melvin Veladez to get things started right there of the Cincinnati Reds, followed by a little Fernel Baez of the Arizona Diamondbacks. And then last but not least, it is Gilberto Celestino out of 250 of the Minnesota Twins. Alrighty, on to our last box in this personal for Mr. CEO. Alrighty. To kick things off, we have Kyle Hurt of the Miami Marlins, followed up by Rafael Morel of the Chicago Cubs, and last but not least in this personal break, out of $4.99, it is Brian Ramos of the Chicago White Sox. Alrighty, let's run these down for Mr. CEO. We will start with the non-numbered and finished with the numbered. We don't have a break 147. All right, starting with a rookie, not a Bowman first. It's Chris Bubic of the Kansas City Royals. Then we have Melvin Veladez of the Cincinnati Reds, followed up by Fernel Baez of the Arizona Diamondbacks, followed by Angel Arondran of the St. Louis Cardinals, George Feliz of the Seattle Mariners. Then we have Pablo Abreu of the Milwaukee Brewers, followed up by Yohendrick Pinago of the Cubs. Then we have Jose Baez of the Cleveland Guardians, followed up by Kyle Hurt of the Miami Marlins, and Rafael Morel of the Chicago Cubs. Those are our non-numbered autos. And then for our numbered autos, we have Brian Ramos out of $4.99, Adam Kerner out of $4.99, Gilbert Celestino out of $2.50, and Helcris Olivares out of $1.50. Helcris of the Colorado Rockies, Gilberto of the Twins, Adam of the Padres, and Brian of the White Sox. And with that, we are done with this 4-box personal for Mr. CEO. And we will be right back from BT Field for some football. All right, we are back. And have we randomized Tiger yet?
I don't think so.
All right, let's randomize Tiger.
Okay. think Christopher Lopez is looking for 14-12.
Chris, if you're looking for 14-12, that occurred earlier. Matt, thank you. Appreciate that. All right, John, can we get a countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Michael Warner.
Michael Warner getting the 2019-20 Chronicles right there. Goga Bitsad of the Pacers. Kendrick Nunn of the Heat. DeAndre Hunter of the Hawks. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander of the Thunder. And Eric Paschal of the Warriors. Alrighty. Here we go. This is break 1433. The Donruss Hobby Hybrid. One box, pick your team. The Hornets are available and recently came down about $20 in price. Yeah. Jordan Poyer of the Bills, Devin McCourty of the Patriots, Joey Bosa of the Chargers, AJ Green of the Cardinals, a little Zeke Elliott, followed by Corey Davis, and then we're going to have a green Tommy Tremblay of the Carolina Panthers headed to Matt, followed up with a red press-proof Fred Warner of the 49ers going to Ben, and then we have boom shakalaka, it's an Elite Series rookie, and that is Zachary Wilson of the New York Jets going to Jonathan. Joe, we are from Rochester, New York. Then we have the rookies, Gridiron Kings, Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles, headed to RJ. So we're about an hour and 30 minutes from Ralph Wilson Stadium. I'm a 10-year season ticket holder of the Bills. As you can see, I've got all the Bills gear on. James White of the Patriots, Lamar Jackson of the Ravens, Christian Kirk of the Cardinals, Darius Leonard of the Colts. Then we have Zadarius Smith of the Packers, Tua of the Miami Dolphins, followed by Kylan Granison of the Indianapolis Colts, headed to Cynthia. Then we have a red press-proof DeForest Buckner of the Colts, followed by an Elite Series rookie. That is Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals, headed to Cynthia. And then we have a Gridiron Kings all-timer, and that's Drew Brees going to Gavin with the New Orleans Saints. Justin Jefferson of the Vikings, followed by little Deebo Samuel. Then we have Jesse Bates of the Bengals, Alvin Kamara of the Saints, Mr. Rogers of the Patriots, DK Metcalf of the Seahawks, Dwame Brown of the Washington football team, headed to Christopher B., followed by Larry Fitzgerald of the Cardinals, the red press proof right there, followed up with a Dominators, Jared Goff of the Detroit Lions. And then we have a highlights, Chase Young of the Washington football team. Pack number 4 right here. We have Olivier Vernon of the Browns, Fletcher Cox of the Eagles, Will Fuller of the Dolphins, Joe Mixon of the Bengals, followed up by Jalen Smith of the Cowboys, Julio Jones of the Falcons, Alex Leatherwood of the Raiders, and that's going to BMWs, followed by a red press-proof Tommy Tremblay of the Carolina Panthers going to Matt, a Power Formulas DeAndre Swift of the Detroit Lions, and a retro series John Elway of the Denver Broncos. We have Kareem Hunt of the Browns, Miles Sanders of the Eagles, Myles Gaskin of the Dolphins, DJ Moore of the Panthers. Then we have Joe Burrow of the Bengals, Deontay Johnson of the Steelers, a Demetric Felton rated rookie of the Cleveland Browns going to Gavin. And then we have a Action All-Pros, Bobby Wagner of the Seahawks, followed up by a Portraits, Jalen Darden of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Garrett. Evan Ingram of the Giants, Trey White of the Bills, Foye Oakland of the Falcons, Derwin James of the Chargers, followed by Travis Kelce of the Chiefs, a little Kadarius Toney of the New York Giants going to Cynthia. Then we have a green, Jeremiah Wasu-Kamara of the Cleveland Browns headed to Gavin as well. A red press-proof Von Miller of the Broncos going to Christopher B. And then we have the rookies, Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers going to Matt, followed by the champ is here, Levante David of the Buccaneers. Justin Tucker of the Ravens, Randy Moss of the Vikings, Jonathan Taylor of the Colts, Ryan Kerrigan of the Washington football team, Peyton Manning of the Colts, Clyde Edwards-Helaire of the Chiefs, Zaven Collins of the Arizona Cardinals heading to Cynthia, followed by a red press-proof Buda Baker of the Arizona Cardinals, and then the rookies, Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Gary. And then we have a retro series, Jim Kelly of the Buffalo Bills. Jim Kelly of the Buffalo Bills. And folks, if you're enjoying this product, we have 2 new breaks, to pick your team and to pick your division of this Donruss Hobby Hybrid right there. And so far, it's been great. We've gotten at least two rookie QBs, or big name rookie QBs in each box so far. Sean Alexander of the Seahawks, Drew Lock of the Broncos, Jared Goff of the Lions, Jameis Winston of the Saints, followed up by Tom Brady of the Patriots and DeAndre Hopkins of the Cardinals. Then we have Amir Smith-Marset of the Minnesota Vikings going to Ian, followed up with a red press-proof Tom Brady of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Then we have a Legends series, Ray Lewis of the Baltimore Ravens, and a retro series, Randy Moss of the Minnesota Vikings, headed to Ian. Two packs left in this break. Jimmy Garoppolo of the Niners, Odell Beckham of the Browns, T. Higgins of the Bengals, Dan Marino of the Dolphins. We're going to have Rob Gronkowski of the Buccaneers, followed by Joe Sherbert of the Jaguars. Then we have a Javon Holland rated rookie of the Miami Dolphins going to Cynthia, followed by a red press-proof Gregory Rousseau of the Buffalo Bills headed to Chris. Then we have a Dominators DJ Chark of the Jacksonville Jaguars, followed up by a Portraits Michael Carter of the New York Jets headed to Jonathan. And folks, we're about to get started. We have one more break of this, and then we get into our new releases. And remember, you can get 30% off all of those new release breaks tonight. Please buy some more Chronicles basketball. I spent all day putting together the list of where those players go. Travis Fulgham of the Eagles, Allen Robinson of the Bears, Jimmy Chin of the Panthers, Robert Woods of the Rams. Then we have Henry Ruggs of the Raiders, Shaquille Griff of the Jaguars, followed up by a Carlos Boogie Basham of the Buffalo Bills going to Christopher. Then we have Derrick Henry out of 500 of the Tennessee Titans going to Chris, followed up by George Kittle of the San Francisco 49ers with that Elite Series going to Ben. And then we have a Patrick Mahomes road to the Super Bowl to wrap that break up. Alrighty, let's run down these rookies. We have Carlos Boogie Basham of the Bills, a Portraits Michael Carter of the Jets, the Red Press-Proof Gregory Rousseau of the Buffalo Bills, Javon Holland of the Dolphins, Amir Smith-Marset of the Vikings, Zaven Collins of the Cardinals, the rookies Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Panthers, Jeremiah Wasu-Kamara Green of the Cleveland Browns, Kadarius Toney of the Giants, Jalen Darden of Portrait of the Buccaneers, Demetric Felton of the Browns, the Red Press-Proof Tommy Tremble of the Panthers, Alex Leatherwood of the Raiders, Dwame Brown of the Washington Football Team, and Elite Series rookies Jamar Chase of the Bengals, Kylan Granison of the Colts, a Gridiron Kings Devonta Smith of the Eagles, and a green Tommy Tremblay of the Carolina Panthers to wrap up that rookie rundown. And now on to our featured cards. We have two rookie first-round pick quarterbacks, and it is going to be Zach Wilson of the New York Jets headed to Jonathan, and Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Gary. And with that, we are going to take a 3-minute break, and we will be right back with break 1434. Alrighty. We are locked in here. And we're ready to go in this Pick Your Division. This is break 1434. Some 2021 Donruss Football Hobby Hybrid Pick Your Division. We have T-Man with the AFC East and AFC West. Chris B with the AFC North, Ben with the AFC South, Michael with the NFC East, Rob with the NFC North, Brooke with the NFC South, and Mitch with the NFC West. And we will get those teams loaded for y'all. A little Derek Carr to get started, followed by Richard Sherman. Then we have John Bostic, followed by Philip Lindsay of the Texans, Derrick Henry of the Titans, Zeke Elliott of the Cowboys, followed up by Gary Brightwell of the New York Giants, going to Michael, followed by Darius Leonard, rated red press proof of the Indianapolis Colts. Then we have the rookies, and that's going to be Mr. Jalen Darden of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, heading to Brooks, followed up by an inducted Peyton Manning of the Denver Broncos, going to T-Man. Delvin Cook of the Vikings get started. Quandre Diggs of the Seahawks. Matt Ryan of the Falcons. Justin Herbert of the Chargers, followed by Mr. Patrick Mahomes of the Chiefs. Michael Gallup of the Dallas Cowboys. Then we're going to have Kylan Granison of the Indianapolis Colts RC going to Ben, followed by a red press proof Allen Robinson of the Bears going to Bob, followed up by a Rashad Bateman Elite Series rookie of the Baltimore Ravens going to Chris B, followed up by a retro series Andre Johnson of the Houston Texans headed to Ben. Fred Warner of the 49ers to get things off. Von Miller of the Broncos. Randall Cobb of the Texans. Anthony Fersker of the Titans. We have Travis Kelce of the Chiefs, followed by Kyler Murray of the Cardinals. Then we have Pat Freiermuth of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Pat Freiermuth of the Steelers right there, headed to Chris. Followed by a red press proof Chase Young of the Washington Football Team. A Dominators DK Metcalf of the Seahawks, followed by a retro series Tom Brady of the New England Patriots, going to T-Man. We have Jalen Hurts of the Eagles, Tariq Cohen of the Bears, Danny Amendola of the Lions, Malcolm Jenkins of the Saints, followed by Chase Claypool of the Steelers, Christian McCaffrey of the Panthers. Then we have Kwity Paye of the Indianapolis Colts. Kwity Paye of the Indianapolis Colts going to Ben, followed by a red press proof Kylan Granison of the Indianapolis Colts going to Ben as well, followed by a power formulas Jalen Hurts of the Philadelphia Eagles, and that is going to Michael, followed up by Kyle Pitts portrait of the Atlanta Falcons going to Brooks. Kenny Golladay of the Giants, Mark Andrews of the Ravens, little Joey Burrow of the Bengals, Devontae Parker of the Dolphins, Terry Bradshaw of the Steelers, Aaron Rodgers of the Packers, a Larry Roundtree rated a rookie of the Los Angeles Chargers, followed by a silver press proof Simi Fehoko out of 100 of the Dallas Cowboys headed to Michael, an Action All-Pros Tyreek Hill of the Chiefs, and then we have a Brandon Ayuk of the San Francisco 49ers highlights right there to wrap that pack up. We have Bobby Wagner of the Seahawks, followed by Josh Jacobs of the Raiders, DeForest Buckner of the Colts, Chase Young of the Washington football team, L'Jarius Sneed of the Chiefs, Aaron Donald of the Rams. Then we have Nick Bolton, RC of the Kansas City Chiefs, the T-Man, followed by a red press-proof Elvin Kamara of the New Orleans Saints. Red press-proof Elvin Kamara of the New Orleans Saints, followed by a Kyle Pitts Elite Series rookie of the Atlanta Falcons headed to Brooks, and a highlights Hassan Reddick of the Arizona Cardinals. And you know that break 1435 qualifies for our 2020 football 20% discount. We're doing 20% off all 2020 football right there. We have Levante David of the Bucks, Kirk Cousins of the Vikings, Aaron Donald of the Rams, Budda Baker of the Cardinals, followed by Jonathan Taylor of the Colts. Then we're going to have a Noah Gray of the Kansas City Chiefs, and that card has a bent corner right there. You can kind of see it right there of the Kansas City Chiefs heading to T-Man, followed by a green Dwame Brown of the Washington football team headed to Michael. Then we have a red press-proof Evan Ingram of the Giants, the rookies Dez Fitzpatrick of the Tennessee Titans going to Ben, and a Gridiron Kings rookies Elijah Moore of the New York Jets headed to T-Man. And we have 3 packs left to go in this break. Bradley Chubb of the Broncos, Nick Bosa of the 49ers, Bud Dupree of the Titans, Romeo Cora of the Lions. We have Mr. Miles Jack of the Jaguars, Joe Namath of the Jets, and Elijah Moore, RC of the New York Jets going to T-Man, followed up by a red press-proof Dak Prescott of the Cowboys, an Elite Series Jerry Rice of the 49ers, followed by a portrait Anthony Schwartz of the Cleveland Browns going to Chris. I know. We are cold, and I believe Obsidian, hopefully that gets a little spicy. David Montgomery of the Bears, Daniel Jones of the Giants, Marshawn Lattimore of the Saints, Jeff Okudah of the Lions, Alvin Kamara of the Saints, DJ Chark of the Jaguars, followed by a Penei Sewell RC of the Detroit Lions going to Bob, followed up by Kadarius Toney with that red press proof of the New York Giants headed to Michael, followed by a Dominators, Chase Young of the Washington football team headed to Michael. And the champ is here, Devin White of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Brooks. I'll tell you, Chase Young, in person, huge. I was like 7 rows up from the field for Sunday's game, behind their bench. He's an absolute monster, but he did not play like a Dominator on Sunday. The Bills' offense just worked him, and the offensive line worked over a very talented Washington football team line. Emmanuel Sanders of the Bills, Julian Edelman of the Patriots, followed by Mike Gesicki of the Dolphins, Teddy Bridgewater of the Panthers. Then we have Josh Jacobs of the Raiders, Darnell Savage of the Packers, Akene Nwangu, rated a rookie of the Minnesota Vikings, going to Bob, followed by a out of 500 Travis Kelce of the Chiefs headed to T-Man. An Elite Series Trey White of the Buffalo Bills going to T-Man as well. And then a Retro Series Warren Moon of the Houston Oilers, now the Tennessee Titans, going to Ben. Alrighty, let's run these rookies down. Kenny Nwangu of the Vikings, the red press-proof Kadarius Toney of the Giants, Penei Sewell of the Lions, the portrait Anthony Schwartz of the Browns, Elijah Moore of the Jets, the Gridiron Kings Elijah Moore of the Jets, the rookies Dez Fitzpatrick of the Titans, a green Dwame Brown of the Washington football team, Noah Gray of the Kansas City Chiefs, an Elite Series rookies Kyle Pitts of the Falcons, Nick Bolton of the Chiefs, a Simi Fioco out of 100 of the Dallas Cowboys headed to Michael, Larry Roundtree of the Chargers, a portraits Kyle Pitts of the Falcons, a red press-proof Kylan Granison of the Colts, Kwity Paye of the Colts, Pat Freiermuth of the Steelers, and Elite Series rookies Rashad Bateman of the Ravens. A green, Kylan Granison of the Colts, the rookies Jalen Darden of the Bucks, and Gary Brightwell of the Giants. And with that, we are done with break 1434. We'll be right back from the hardwood with our new releases. Alrighty, we are back with some Obsidian basketball. I'm definitely excited for this one to get started. And then after that, we're going to have a Chronicles draft picks. Here we go. This is break 1227, the 2020-21 Obsidian basketball one box card random. And you know how we do it. First, we randomize the users that are in this break. And we are going to randomize that 9 times. 9 times on this randomization. And 9. There we go. And then at the end, we will randomize the cards and match them up. Alrighty. First up, we are going to have an Onyeka Okongwu RC of the Atlanta Hawks. Onyeka Okongwu RC of the Atlanta Hawks, and these are beautiful cards. Following up that Onyeka Okongwu, we are going to have a Devonte Graham of the Hornets. Devonte Graham of the Hornets. Following up that Devonte Graham of the Hornets, we are going to have a C.J. McCollum. C.J. McCollum of the Portland Trailblazers right there. And then we are going to have our first auto of the evening, I believe. And it is going to be a Justin Holiday Aurora autograph of the Indiana Pacers. And that is 1 out of 75. We have the redemption in there that we will save till the end. Are you kidding me? There was only 6 cards in this one. Alrighty, folks. Here we go. We have the Mason Jones RC of the 76ers. Mason Jones of the 76ers RC right there. Never mind. Next up, we have a Pitch Black Devin Booker. Pitch Black Devin Booker of the Phoenix Suns. 14 out of 25. Cool looking card right there. And last but not least, we have the redemption. And it is going to be a Jaden McDaniels rookie jersey autographs electric Ash. Alrighty, let's get these cards in the randomizer. I think y'all are definitely going to need to fill that hit draft to get a better box. Disappointing for sure. And that is Jaden McDaniels. Alrighty, folks, we are going to randomize these cards up 7 times. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Alrighty, and here we go. We will announce these. With the first card, Steven is getting the Devonta Graham of the Charlotte Hornets. The second card is going to Mr. CEO, and that is going to be CJ McCollum of the Portland Trailblazers. The third card is headed to Mr. CEO, and that is going to be Devin Booker with the Pitch Black 14 out of 25. 14 out of 25. Then we have card number 4 going to a Mark, and that is going to be an Onika Okongwu RC of the Atlanta Hawks. Card number 5 going to Double M is going to be the Jaden McDaniels rookie jersey autographs electric etch green redemption right there. And that green is going to be out of 25 or possibly 15. And then we're going to have card number 6. That is going to be Mr. Mason Jones heading to Mr. CEO. Mason Jones of the 76ers. And card number 7 headed to Michael is the Justin Holiday Aurora 1 out of 75 auto. And with that, we are done with break number 1227. We'll be right back with some Chronicles Draft Picks Collegiate Basketball. And folks, because we're doing something different with this one, we will take a 3-minute break and be right back. Alrighty, folks, we are back and we're ready to rock and roll. Here we go. This is break 1224, a 3-team random. And you may have seen I added to the description. So out of the 124-ish players, there's about 60 players who are not on teams. So therefore, by entering the 3-team random, every spot, we will then randomize for a serial number, a serial filler, and any undrafted free agent or player that's not assigned to an NBA team will get put out by those serial fillers. But here we go. First, we got to randomize the teams. Let's see what we've got here. We're going to randomize it 11 times. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Alrighty. We have those teams, and now we have to randomize the filler. And we're going to do that 8 times. And this will be for all the undrafted free agents and players that did not make it to the league that are in this set. 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Here we go.
Do you want the first slot?
That's how we want it. Alrighty, folks, we're letting those teams run through, but how that works, the serial filler, serial 0 going to Mr. CEO, serial 1 going to Cynthia, serial 2 to Tommy, serial 3 to Aben, serial 4, 5, and 6 to Mr. CEO, serial 7 to Lawyer, serial Lawyer Bright Spot, serial 8 and 9 to Steven. Let's dive into this one. Unfortunately, Haley, you haven't missed much good. Alrighty. Getting started here, we have Zaire Williams of the Memphis Grizzlies. Zaire Williams of the Memphis Grizzlies, and that is heading to Mr. CEO. Followed up by a Chris Duarte. Chris Duarte of the Detroit Pistons heading to Steven. And then we have Brandon Boston Jr. of the Los Angeles Clippers going to Cynthia. Following that up, we have Mr. Scotty Barnes. Scotty Barnes from Florida State and now a member of the Toronto Raptors headed to Steven. Following that up, we have a little Franz Wagner. Franz Wagner of the Orlando Magic going to Cynthia. Then we have a Jaden Springer rated a rookie. Jaden Springer of the Philadelphia 76ers going to Cynthia right there. And then we're going to have a Josh Christopher tribute edition. Josh Christopher, and that is of the Houston Rockets headed to Jordan. Followed up by Jared Butler. Jared Butler from Baylor, and now an undrafted free agent, which means this will be the first one that we have to assign based on a number. And that is going to be number 24, which means it's going to Mr. CEO. Then we have Kai Jones. Kai Jones of the Charlotte Hornets going to Mr. CEO as well. Following up with that, we have Jalen Johnson. Jalen Johnson of the Atlanta Hawks right there. Atlanta Hawks going to Mr. CEO. Oh, Brett, did I... Oh, nope, I see what happened there. You are right, Brett. I had that listed UTA for Utah, and I read it as UFA. Brett, thank you for having my back right there. Then we have Cade Cunningham. Cade Cunningham, one of the big hits of the Detroit Pistons, going to Steven. Following that up, we're going to have a Rookies 21, and that is Franz Wagner of the Orlando Magic heading to Cynthia right there. Followed by Isaiah Jackson. Isaiah Jackson from Kentucky and now a member of the Indiana Pacers going to Steven. We have Josh Christopher from Arizona State and now a member of the Houston Rockets heading to Jordan. Followed up by Keon Johnson from the Tennessee Volunteers and now a member of the LA Clippers headed to Cynthia. Followed up by Trey Mon from Florida and now on the Oklahoma City Thunder going to Mr. CEO. Evan Mobley from USC and now going to Cleveland. Cleveland Cavaliers with Mr. CEO, followed by a Davion Mitchell from Baylor, now on the Sacramento Kings, headed to Mr. CEO as well. We got back-to-back Davion Mitchells right there going to Mr. CEO. And then we have Traymon of the Oklahoma City Thunder. Traymon of the Oklahoma City Thunder to Mr. CEO as well. Followed by Charles Bassey of the Philadelphia 76ers going to Cynthia, and Zaire Williams from Stanford, now on the Memphis Grizzlies, going to Mr. CEO. Look at that. I was all concerned about those undrafteds, and in the first pack, not one yet. And here we go. Our first auto is going to be Georgi Beshanavili out of 99. And he is an undrafted free agent. And that is going to be 47 out of 99, which means that is going to serial filler 7, which is Jordan. And following that up, we have our memorabilia. And it is going to be a Tools of the Trade out of 10. And that is David Johnson of the Toronto Raptors. David Johnson of the Toronto Raptors right there. And that is heading to Steven. Yeah, Brett, based on the checklist, I was sitting there waiting for like every other card to be undrafted or every few cards. So I was like, have to figure out something other than just randomizing all of them, because that'll be a disaster. We have Keon Johnson of the LA Clippers, and that is going to Cynthia, followed by Corey Kispert from Gonzaga, and now on the Washington Wizards, going to Steven. Followed up by Patrick, and that is going to be, Davion Mitchell of the Sacramento Kings going to Mr. CEO, followed by Traymon of the Oklahoma City Thunder, and that is going to Mr. CEO as well. Then we have a Charles Bassey tribute edition of the Philadelphia 76ers heading to Cynthia, and then it's Mr. Moses Moody of the Golden State Warriors going to Steven, followed by Jalen Johnson of the Atlanta Hawks, and that is going to Mr. CEO. And then we have a Cameron Thomas of the Brooklyn Nets going to Thomas, followed by Evan Mobley of the Cleveland Cavaliers to Mr. CEO. Then we have Jalen Green of the Houston Rockets, and that's going to Jordan, followed up by Moses Moody of the Golden State Warriors, and that is going to Steven. And then we have Kai Jones of the Charlotte Hornets, and that is going to Mr. CEO, followed by Jaden Springer, formerly of the Tennessee Volunteers, and now on the Philadelphia 76ers, and that's going to Cynthia, followed by Corey Kispert from Gonzaga, and now a member of the Washington Wizards, to Steven. A Gala, and that's going to be a Zaire Williams of the Memphis Grizzlies, and that is going to be going to Mr. CEO, followed up by Jalen Green of the Houston Rockets. Jalen Green of the Houston Rockets going to Jordan, followed by a Jonathan Kuminga. There we go. There's a big name of the Golden State Warriors going to Steven, followed by Jalen Johnson, and that is going to be going of the Atlanta Hawks, headed to Mr. CEO, followed by Ayo Danusum of the Houston Rockets going to Jordan, followed up by Keon Johnson of the LA Clippers, headed to Cynthia, Then we have Corey Kisper of the Wizards going to Steven. And Scotty Barnes. Scotty Barnes, that's going to be out of 149 from Florida State and now a member of the Toronto Raptors. And that is heading to Steven. And here we go. This is going to be a Greg Brown, substantial swatches. Greg Brown of the Cleveland Cavaliers. And that is going to Mr. CEO. And last but not least, our auto is going to be Mr. J. Huff out of 75. And that is of the Washington Wizards. And that is going to Steven. Alrighty, folks. Well, let's run these cards down. Corey Kisper of Gonzaga, followed by Keon Johnson, Ayo Dosunuma, Jalen Johnson, Jonathan Kuminga, Jalen Green, Zaire Williams, followed by Corey Kisper. Then we have Jaden Springer, Kai Jones, followed by Moses Moody, Jalen Green, Evan Mobley, Cameron Thomas, Jalen Johnson, Moses Moody, Charles Bassey, Trey Mann, Davion Mitchell, Corey Kispert, Keon Johnson, Zaire Williams, Charles Bassey, Trey Mann, Davion Mitchell, followed up by another Davion Mitchell. Then we have the Gala, Evan Mobley, Trey Mann again, Keon Johnson, Josh Christopher, Isaiah Jackson, Franz Wagner, Cade Cunningham, Jared Butler, a Jalen Johnson out of 99, followed by Kai Jones. Then we're going to have a Josh Christopher, Jaden Springer, Franz Wagner, Scotty Barnes, Brandon Boston Jr., Quist Duarte, and Zaire Williams. Oh, Cynthia, I sent you a refund for that because when I went through and saw all of the different, and now onto our featured cards, all of the different like no team people, I decided that doing a regular team random wouldn't be very, very smart of us because it would take so long to randomize players. So I did the 3-team random with the serial filler, and of course, where everyone gets a slot in the serial filler. And of course, we only had one card that had to help with that. All right, of our featured cards, we had the Scotty Barnes out of 149. Scotty Barnes of the Toronto Raptors going to Steven. And then our autos and memorabilias. We have the 2 autos. We have Jay Huff out of 75 and Georgie Bichonville of 99. Georgie Bichonville being that 47 in a serial filler going to Jordan. Well, we have Jay Huff out of 75. Jay Huff out of 75 of the Washington Wizards headed to Steven. And then we have our 2 memorabilias to wrap it up. We have the substantial swatch, Greg Brown from Texas, now a member of the Cleveland Cavaliers, going to Mr. CEO. And then the 9 out of 10, David Johnson of the Toronto Raptors, going to Steven. And with that, we are done with break number 1224. Done with break number 1224. We'll be right back with some Chronicles Hobby Hybrid. Alrighty. A little blast from the past with some 2020 Chronicles Hobby Hybrid H2. But first, I feel like we haven't done a keyword giveaway in a while.
We haven't.
We haven't, so we will do one of those. And it is the last keyword for this show. The last keyword for this show, and as soon as John is ready, we will fire away. Alrighty, the keyword is zombie. The Walking Dead is correct. Harry Hood gets it. And Harry Hood getting the illusions. Jordan Scarlett, Carson Wentz, Irv Smith Jr., Christian Wilkins, Roquan Smith, and Easton Stick. Alrighty. Here we go. This is break 729, a 2020 Chronicles Football Hobby Hybrid one-box division random. Let's see how many times we're going to randomize this. It's gonna be 7 times. 7 times. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There we go. Alrighty. We have a Brian with the AFC East, Daniel with the AFC North, Brendan with the AFC South, Brian with the AFC West, RJ with the NFC East, Haley with the NFC North, Ben with the NFC South, and Jeffrey with the NFC West. And we will get those teams loaded as we open this box. Alrighty, we've got those teams loaded, and it's time to rock and roll. Marquise Brown of the Ravens, Drew Brees of the New Orleans Saints. We have a little C.D. Lamb of the Dallas Cowboys heading to RJ, followed up by a Mr. Jalen Hurts of the Philadelphia Eagles going to RJ. Then we have an Antonio Gibson Crown Royal of the Washington football team going to RJ, followed up by a Jacob Eason Crown Royal heading to RJ, or heading to Brendan. And then we're going to have a Joshua Kelly RC of the Los Angeles Chargers headed to Brian, followed by Mr. Chase Claypool of the Pittsburgh Steelers going to Daniel. On to our second pack in this one. We have a little Chase Claypool RC of the Pittsburgh Steelers, followed up by Jalen Johnson, and that's headed to Daniel, followed up by Jalen Johnson of the Bears going to Haley. Little Michael Thomas of the Saints and Troy Polamalu of the Steelers, and then Deshaun Watson of the Texans, Derrick Henry of the Titans, followed up by Jonathan Taylor of the Indianapolis Colts headed to Brendan, followed by a Crown Royal DeAndre Swift of the Detroit Lions going to Haley, and then we have a Crown Royal T. Higgins of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Daniel, followed up by Julian Blackman of the Indianapolis Colts, and that is going to Brendan, followed up by K.J. Hamler of the Denver Broncos going to Brian. And we're on to our third pack in this one. We have CD Lamb of the Dallas Cowboys going to RJ, followed up by DeAndre Swift of the Detroit Lions headed to Haley. Then we have Jalen Hurts of the Philadelphia Eagles going to RJ, followed up by Mr. Chase Young of the Washington football team headed to RJ as well. Then we have Keenan Allen of the Chargers and Jim Kelly of the Buffalo Bills, followed by a Crown Royal Jake Fromm of the Buffalo Bills going to Brian, and a out of 199 Jerry Jeudy Crown Royal of the Denver Broncos going to Brian as well, followed by J.K. Dobbins of the Baltimore Ravens going to Daniel. And then we have Jeff Okudah of the Detroit Lions going to Haley. Me 3, Mr. CEO, would love to see that prism fill. No baseball codes for tonight. Focused on the new releases, the 2020 football, and the available teams that we have tonight. J.J. Watt of the Texans, followed by Warren Moon of the Houston Oilers, now the Tennessee Titans. Then we have Jalen Hurts of the Philadelphia Eagles going to RJ, followed up by Joey Burrow of the Cincinnati Bengals, and that is going to Daniel right there. Then we're going to have a Gaby Baby Davis Crown Royal of the Buffalo Bills going to Brian, and a Crown Royal Justin Herbert of the Los Angeles Chargers going to Brian as well. Followed up by Laviscus Shenault Jr. of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Brendan, and Chase Claypool of the Pittsburgh Steelers headed to Daniel. Joey Bosa of the Chargers, Teddy Bridgewater of the Panthers, Daniel Jones of the Giants, followed by a Donegan Justin Herbert of the Los Angeles Chargers going to Brian. Then we have a Crown Royal Darnell Mooney of the Chicago Bears headed to Haley, followed up by a J.K. Dobbins Crown Royal of the Baltimore Ravens headed to Daniel. Then we have Mr. Darnell Mooney of the Chicago Bears. Darnell Mooney of the Chicago Bears going to Haley. And then Chase Young of the Washington football team headed to RJ. 7 spots, 4 with the Tier 1, Tier 4, and 3 with the Tier 2 and 3 option. Zeke Elliott of the Dallas Cowboys, followed by a Henry Ruggs RC, Henry Ruggs of the Raiders. And then we're going to have a Prism Black, Clyde Edwards-Helaire of the Kansas City Chiefs heading to Brian. Nice Prism Black right there. Followed up by Denzel Mims of the New York Jets going to Brian. A KJ Hamler of the Denver Broncos going to Brian as well. Followed up by a LaMichael Perine out of 99 of the New York Jets going to Brian. And then we have a Justin Jefferson RC of the Vikings going to Haley. And Cole Kmet of the Bears going to Haley as well. Alrighty, let's run down these rooks. Cole Kmet of the Bears, Justin Jefferson of the Vikings, LaMichael Perine out of 99 of the Jets, a Crown Royal KJ Hamler of the Broncos, following that up with Denzel Mims of the Jets, followed up by Henry Ruggs III of the Raiders, Chase Young of the Washington football team, Darnell Mooney of the Bears, a J.K. Dobbins of the Baltimore Ravens Crown Royal, followed by Darnell Mooney of the Chicago Bears Crown Royal Edition. Then we have a Justin Herbert Dynagon RC, followed by Chase Claypool of the Steelers, Laviscus Shenault of the Jaguars, a Gabriel Davis of the Buffalo Bills, Joe Burrow of the Bengals, Jalen Hurts of the Eagles, Jeff Okudah of the Lions, J.K. Dobbins of the Ravens, Jerry Jeudy out of 199, Crown Royal, followed by Jake Fromm of the Buffalo Bills, Crown Royal. Then we have Chase Young of the Washington Football Team, followed by Jalen Hurts of the Eagles, DeAndre Swift of the Lions, CeeDee Lamb of the Cowboys, KJ Hamler of the Broncos, Julian Blackmon of the Colts, a Crown Royal, T. Higgins, followed by Crown Royal, DeAndre Swift. Then we have Jonathan Taylor of the Colts, Jalen Johnson of the Bears, Chase Claypool of the Steelers, Chase Claypool again, Josh Kelly of the Lakers, a Crown Royal, Jacob Eason, followed by a Crown Royal, Antonio Gibson, and then a Clear Vision Jalen Hurts, followed up by a Chronicles CeeDee Lamb. And now on to the featured cards. And there is two. We have the Prism Black, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, and the Crown Royal, Justin Herbert. Clyde Edwards-Helaire of the Kansas City Chiefs going to Brian, and Justin Herbert of the Chargers going to Brian as well. And with that, we are done with break 1415. And we will be back done with break 779 or 729, and we will be back with break 1415 in 5 minutes. Alrighty, folks, we are back and ready for some baseball. Before we get into that, type zombie in the chat. Zombie in the chat. And while we're randomizing Zombie and we're going to dive into this one, it looks like this next Bowman Chrome break, we got a lot of auctioning to do. But other than because of breaks awaiting payment, but hopefully maybe whoever purchased those will get in here in the last minute, though I haven't seen anything too new from eBay. All right, John, can we get a countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Curtis S.
Curtis S. is going to be getting a Chronicles Football Blaster Pack. In the meantime, folks, I started to feel even more generous. Let's move some of these unsold teams remaining 30% off. 30% off on those. We have Roquan Smith of the Bears, James Morgan of the Jets, a little Tyreek Hill of the Kansas City Chiefs, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, and then J.K. Dobbins. Alrighty. And right now, it looks like we only have the pre-scheduled breaks, and then we will be done for the evening. It is looking pretty quiet at BreakTraders.com. Nothing really in the red zone, which means we'll just be in store for a big Friday. But let's get started. Here we go. This is break 1415, the 2021 Absolute Baseball One Box Pick Your Team. Xander Bogaerts of the Red Sox, Matt Chapman of the Oakland Athletics, Clayton Kershaw of the Dodgers, Willie Adams of the Tampa Bay Rays, Max Scherzer of the Nationals, Jose Ramirez of the Cleveland Guardians, followed by Mr. Starling Marte of the Miami Marlins. Starling Marte of the Miami Marlins, and that is going to be out of 149, headed to a Buddy. Followed up by a Ronald Acuna Jr., Ronald Acuna Jr. Extreme Team of the Atlanta Braves going to Brooks. And here we go, folks. We have a J.P. Crawford patches and a Aroldis Chapman signature. Aroldis Chapman is going to be 1 out of 5. That J.P. Crawford is going to be out of 99 of the Seattle Mariners. That's going to Robert. And this Aroldis Chapman, we're going to mag that bad boy up due to the rarity of it. And that is going to be heading to Buddy. And hopefully this is the start of a whole new hit streak. Because the first half of the show before BT Late Night was not magtastic. We have Sandy Koufax of the Dodgers, Paul Goldschmidt of the Cardinals, Matt Olson of the Oakland Athletics, Joe Jackson of the White Sox, Joey Votto of the Reds, another Joe Jackson out of 199 of the White Sox going to Chris, followed by a Sixto Sanchez rookie class of the Miami Marlins headed to Buddy, followed up by an out of 149 Ian Anderson of the Atlanta Braves going to Brooks. And here we go. We have a red Chauvinist of the St. Louis Cardinals is the first tools of the trade right there going to Harry. And then we are going to have an out of 99. That is going to be a Sam Huff rookie auto. Sam Huff rookie auto of the Texas Rangers going to David. Alrighty, let's run these cards down. We have Ian Anderson of the Atlanta Braves out of 149 going to Brooks. Sixto Sanchez of the Miami Marlins to Buddy. Shoeless Joe Jackson out of 199 of the Chicago White Sox to Chris. Ronald Acuna Jr. of the Atlanta Braves Extreme Team to Brooks. And Starling Marte out of 149 of the Miami Marlins going to Buddy. One of those that went to Chris. Welcome, Chris, joining us for the first time with the Cubs and White Sox. Then we have Nick with the Brewers and Eric with the Pirates. Thanks for joining us. You can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first purchase at BreakTraders.com. Alrighty. First, we have the no-numbered red Schronchrist of the St. Louis Cardinals, followed up by the 2 out of 99, 24 out of 99 J.P. Crawford, and the 48 out of 99 Sam Huff. Sam Huff of the Rangers going to David. J.P. Crawford of the Seattle Mariners with that patch going to Bob. And red Strandis of the St. Louis Cardinals going to Harry Hood. And last but not least, we have the out of 5, Aroldis Chapman of the New York Yankees going to Buddy. And that is 1 out of 5 right there. Nice hit, for sure. And with that, we are done with break 14-15. And oh boy, it looks like we've got quite a few teams to auction off here. That is certainly disappointing, but we will start to rock and roll through it right now. We're going to do a mixture of single teams and non-single teams.
Okay.
Alrighty, folks. Just, John, when you're ready, we're going to get started with this.
Okay.
First, we have the Orioles and the Red Sox. We're going to combine them. The bidding will start at $10 in increments of $1. Orioles, Red Sox, $10, $1. $15 from Chris G. He got that in right before Mr. CEO. $18 from Mr. CEO. Do we have 20? 20 from Chris G. We're going to put 30 seconds on the clock. 30 seconds on the clock. Any bids in that 30-second window will trigger a 15-second countdown. 22 from Mr. CEO, which means we'll have 15 seconds on the clock after this. We have to go 15 seconds without a bid to end the bidding. 23 from Chris. New 15-second timer. Alrighty, Chris takes him for 23. Chris, you don't have to pay right now. You can wait in case you purchase any more teams in this auction, because there is 4 more teams up for auction. The Mr. CEO, you got 24 in right after the countdown was complete. The next up is the LA Dodgers. We're going to start the bidding for them at $15 in increments of $1. $25 from Mr. CEO right off the bat. And with that, we're going to start the countdown. 30 seconds on the clock. Any bids will trigger a 15-second secondary timer. Alrighty, CEO takes them for 25. And Mr. CEO, you can either pay now via the link in the chat or wait until after our next teams here. Which, you know what, we're going to do a 3-pack, John.
Okay.
And just knock out the remaining teams. It'll be the Brewers, the Padres, and the Mariners. Bidding for them will start at $25 in increments of $5. $30 from Mr. CEO. To get started, we have 35 from Paul. $40 from Mr. CEO. Unless, unfortunately, that Topps 5-star card random is a pre-sale. Is a pre-sale. 45 from Paul. Do we have 50? All right, we're going to start 30 seconds on the timer. 50 from Mr. CEO, 30 seconds on the timer. Any new bids will trigger a 15-second countdown. Brett Diddley, Brett, I appreciate it. Mr. CEO takes it. So, Mr. CEO, You owe a total of $75. Chris G, $23. And while we await to receive a payment on those, we will do our next keyword giveaway. Perfect. Thank you, Chris. Alrighty. The keyword is bass.
And check the numbers.
River Monsters is incorrect. Good guess, though. Gossip Girl, incorrect. Swamp Monsters, incorrect. So with our keyword giveaway, you have a 1 minute to guess the TV show based on the keyword. We drop keywords every so often until someone gets the show. Always Sunny in Philadelphia, incorrect.
That's the end of guessing.
Alrighty, show giveaway guessing has ended. Which means here we go. This is break 1416. The 2021 Bowman Chrome 1-box PYT. No worries, Paul. Thank you for joining us. I was actually just getting ready to thank Michael with the Rockies, Jason with the Astros, Joseph with the Kansas City Royals and Los Angeles Andrews and Marlins, Steve with the Twins, Paul with the Mets, Steve with the Phillies, John with the Pirates, Steve with the Giants and Cardinals, and Michael with the Rays. Thanks for joining us for the first time. You can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first order at BreakTraders.com. Starting off here, we got a rookie, Sam Huff of the Texas Rangers, heading to Ryan, followed by Ketel Marte of the Diamondbacks. Then we have a CJ Abrams 2020 Summer Camp of the San Diego Padres to Mr. CEO, followed by a Bowman first, Luis Medina of the Milwaukee Brewers going to Mr. CEO as well. And then Max Meyer of the Miami Marlins to wrap up that break, or that pack. On to our next pack, and this one, we have Kyle Lewis of the Seattle Mariners, Jesus Luzardo of the Oakland Athletics, a Robert Poison Shimmer of the Oakland Athletics going to James, followed by Robert Hassel of the Padres and Jordan Walker of the St. Louis Cardinals. Jorge Soler of the Royals, Jose Ramirez of the Cleveland Guardians, a 40-man futures, Jeremy De La Rosa of the Washington Nationals going to Buddy, followed up by Patrick Bailey of the Giants and Nick Lodolo of the Cincinnati Reds. And folks, there's still the Jaguars remaining in the next two breaks. use the promo code in the chat to get 30% off of the Jacksonville Jaguars. And we're due for some big hits out of Certified and Donruss. JD Martinez of the Red Sox, Bryce Harper of the Phillies, and here we go. It is an Adam Kerner of the San Diego Padres. And that is heading to Mr. CEO. Followed up by Garrett Mitchell of the Milwaukee Brewers, and Victor Acosta of the San Diego Padres. We have George Springer of the Blue Jays, a Clark Schmidt RC of the New York Yankees, followed by, and that is heading to Raymond, followed by an out of 150, Emmanuel Rodriguez of the Minnesota Twins, and that is heading to Steve, followed by a Bowman first, Alexander Ramirez of the New York Mets going to Paul, followed up by Armando Cruz of the Washington Nationals, Bowman first, headed to Buddy. We have a Joey Bart of the San Francisco Giants going to Steve right there, followed by a Tariq Screwball RC of the Detroit Tigers going to Chris. Then we have 40-man futures Patrick Bailey of the San Francisco Giants going to Steven, followed by Heston Kyrgyzstan of the Orioles and Spencer Torkelson of the Detroit Tigers. And now we're on to our second box right here. We have Geraldo Padroma, RC of the Arizona Diamondbacks, going to Kevin, followed up by Austin Martin 2020 Summer Camp of the Toronto Blue Jays, going to a Buddy, followed up with a Jared Kelly of the Chicago White Sox and Oswald Peraza of the New York Yankees. And then we have our second auto, and it's going to be Jose Butto of the New York Mets. And that is going to be going to Paul. Paul, what a welcome to BreakTraders, hitting the auto in his first break. Congratulations, Paul. Javier Baez of the Cubs, Juan Soto of the Nationals, a Dawn of Glory, Austin Hendrick of the Cincinnati Reds going to Buddy. Following that up with Alex Thomas of the Diamondbacks and a Carlos Colomrez of the Tampa Bay Rays going to Michael. Brian Reynolds of the Pirates, a little Austin Hayes out of 299 of the Baltimore Orioles going to Chris G. Followed up by a 40-man futures Emerson Hancock of the Seattle Mariners to Mr. CEO. Then we have Maikel Perez of the Seattle Mariners to Mr. CEO with that Bowman first. And a Yiddy Kape of the Miami Marlins. And that is going to be going to Joseph. And that's a Bowman first right there. And we got 3 packs left in this break. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. of the Blue Jays, Yadier Molina of the Cardinals, and we got a third auto, and it is a Novelli Marte of the Seattle Mariners out of 100 going to Mr. CEO. Following that up, we have Christian Hernandez of the Chicago Cubs, and that is going to Gilbert right there. Followed up with Reed Detmers of the Los Angeles Angels. And Alex Kirilloff, RC of the Minnesota Twins going to Steven, followed up by a Jesus Sanchez RC of the Miami Marlins headed to Joseph. And then we have an out of 99 Jared Kelly of the Chicago White Sox. And that is going to be heading to Buddy, followed up by Heidbert Perez of the Brewers and Nick Gonzalez of the Pittsburgh Pirates. So what you're saying, Brett, is I'm starting to get hot. The sizzle is coming. We have Tyler Stevenson of the Cincinnati Reds going to Buddy, followed up by Nate Pearson of the Toronto Blue Jays, and that is going to Buddy as well, followed by a 40-man futures Max Meyer of the Miami Marlins going to Joseph. And then we have Wander Franco of the Tampa Bay Rays and a Christian Santana Bowman first of the Detroit Tigers. And that is going to be going to Chris. Alrighty, let's run these rookies down. Nate Pearson of the Blue Jays, Tyler Stevenson of the Reds, Jesus Sanchez of the Marlins, Alex Kirilloff of the Twins, Geraldo Padroma of the Diamondbacks, Tariq Screwball of the Tigers, Joey Bart of the Giants, Clark Schmidt of the Yankees, and Sam Huff of the Texas Rangers. And now on to our Bowman first editions. We have Yiddy Cape of the Marlins, Makar Perez of the Mariners, Armando Cruz of the Nationals, Alexander Ramirez of the Mets, Victor Acosta of the Padres, Luis Medina of the Brewers, Christian Santana of the Tigers, Christian Hernandez of the Cubs, and Carlos Colmerenzen of the Tampa Bay Rays. And now on to our featured cards. Alrighty, we have the box hit, the Donna Glory Austin Hedrick of the Cincinnati Reds going to a Buddy. And then we have two autos. We have the Adam Kerner of the Padres, Jose Buto of the Mets. And then wait, there's more. It is a Noel V. Marte of the Seattle Mariners. Noel V. Marte of the Mariners going to Mr. CEO. Adam Kerner of the Padres to Mr. CEO. And Jose Buto of the New York Mets going to Paul. And with that, we are done with break 1461. Done with break 1461. And we will be right back from BT Field with 1417. We're here with Certified Football. Certified Football, and we have one team to auction off. And that is going to be the Jacksonville Jaguars. And for the Jaguars, we'll start the bidding at $50 in increments of $5. 50 from Cynthia. Do we have 55? Oh, sorry about that. There is no Jaguars up for auction. My mistake. For some reason, it was still showing the Jaguars hadn't been sold, but Dan just updated it. That's on me. You can get those teams loaded, John. But before we do, let's type Bass in. Type Bass in there. Sorry for the fake out, Cynthia. All right, John, can we get a 10-second countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Peter Gregg.
Peter Gregg is going to get a little Prestige 2015. Kelvin Johnson, D'Angelo Williams, Andrew Hawkins, Malcolm Floyd, followed by Doug Martin, Brandon Cooks, Jarius Bird. Not going to be able to pronounce that. And that is all going to Peter. And Peter winning a giveaway in his first break with BreakTraders. Here we go. This is break 1417, the 2021 Panini Certified Hobby One Box break. And welcome Ashley, Alvaro, Shane, Nick, Alexander, Barry, Peter, Jeff, and Logan to BreakTraders. Thanks for joining us. You can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first order at BreakTraders.com. Carson Wentz of the Colts, followed up by Brandon Cooks out of $2.99, and then of the Houston Texans, and then an Alvin Kamara seal of approval of the New Orleans Saints going to Barry. And then we have Jamison Crowder of the Jets and DeAndre Swift of the Detroit Lions. And folks, the Jags are still available in the next break, and you can use the promo code in the chat to get them for 30% off. We have Robert Gronkowski of the Buccaneers, followed by a Chuba Hubbard out of $1.99 of the Carolina Panthers going to John. Then we have a filler, followed by a Stars, Saquon Barkley of the New York Giants going to Barry. And then we have Brandon Cooks of the Texans and Taysom Hill of the Saints to wrap up that pack. Darren Waller of the Raiders, Devin Singletary of the Bills, and then we have a out of 99 gold team, Christian McCaffrey of the Carolina Panthers going to John, followed up by Drew Lock of the Broncos and Brandon Ayuk of the San Francisco 49ers. Christian McCaffrey, biggest fantasy disappointment for me right now. Antonio Gibson of the Washington football team, a Devin Singletary out of 249, followed by a graffiti Jalen Hurts of the Philadelphia Eagles, and that's going to be going to Jason. Then we have a Mr. Robbie Anderson of the Carolina Panthers and Derrick Henry of the Tennessee Titans to wrap up that break. We have a Baker Mayfield of the Cleveland Browns, followed up by a dark horse Christian McCaffrey of the Carolina Panthers going to John. Then we have Aaron Donald of the Rams and Dak Prescott of the Cowboys. And then here we go. It's out of 99, and that is a Pieces of the Game Jalen Reagor of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Jason. Calvin Ridley of the Falcons, followed up by a seal of approval, Myles Garrett of the Cleveland Browns headed to Chris. And then we have Julio Jones of the Falcons and James Robinson of the Jaguars. And here we go. Our auto is going to be a Mirror Signatures Trent Brown, 9 out of 50 of the New England Patriots, heading to Kevin. Russell Wilson of the Seahawks, followed by an Asante Samuel Jr. out of 299 of the Los Angeles Chargers going to Buddy, followed up by a Stars Nick Chubb of the Cleveland Browns, followed by Kyler Murray of the Arizona Cardinals and Keenan Allen of the Chargers. Jalen Reagor of the Eagles, followed by Kylan Hill out of 149 of the Green Bay Packers going to Nick. And then we have a gold team, Indianapolis Colts, Jonathan Taylor headed to Nick. Following that up, we have a Myles Gaskin of the Dolphins, and we have Allen Robinson of the Chicago Bears. T. Higgins of the Bengals, and then we're going to have a Nico Collins rookie patch auto, freshman fabric out of 299 of the Houston Texans going to Cynthia. Followed by a graffiti, James Robinson of the Jaguars going to Chris. Following that up with Myles Garrett of the Browns and DJ Moore of the Panthers. Justin Jefferson of the Minnesota Vikings. Followed up by a dark horse, Dalvin Cook of the Minnesota Vikings going to Haley. Then we have Ryan Tannehill of the Tennessee Titans, followed by Cam Akers of the Rams.
Okay.
And here we go. Our last hit is going to be a Certified Gamers Myles Garrett out of 125 of the Cleveland Browns going to Christopher B. Alrighty, let's run these rooks down here. We have Kylan Hill of the Green Bay Packers going to Nick. Asante Samuel Jr. of the Chargers going to Buddy. And Chubba Hubbard going to John. And then our featured cards. Alrighty, we have a lot of veterans to get started here. We have the Jalen Reagor out of 99, Myles Garrett out of 125, and Troy Trent Brown out of 50. Trent Brown out of 50. And last but not least, we have our rookie patch auto, and that is going to be Mr. Nico Collins of the Houston Texans, and that is going to Cynthia. And with that, we are done with break 1417. We will be back in 3 minutes with some Donruss Hobby Hybrid 1 box PYT. Alrighty, we are back with some Donruss Optic Hobby Hybrid. Donruss Optic Hobby Hybrid. And folks, there are 18 spots left, all of them Revolution Hobby Basketball. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to up this discount. I think I'm going to get real crazy right now. It'll be 50% off the remaining Revolution Basketball spots. 50% off using the link in the chat. Go fill those spots so we don't have to auction off 40 spot or 18 spots, because then we will be here all night. I'd rather pass the discount over to you. But we do have one team to auction off here, and I'm sure of it this time. Right, Dan? You closed the Jaguars, correct? No one else purchased them?
14-18.
All right, perfect. We have the Jacksonville Jaguars to auction off. Bidding will begin at $50, increments of $5.
Yeah, I think that's what the
$50 for the Jacksonville Jaguars. $50 for the Jaguars. All right, well, I'll give it 30 seconds. If no one bids, that'll be a BreakTraders team. We're going to make it a BT team, and then we will potentially be using that as a... We will potentially use that as a giveaway later, depending on what we pull. Alrighty, here we go. This is break 1418. Break 1418, the 2021 Donruss Hobby Hybrid H2 one box. Pick your team. Jalen Rager of the Eagles, Roquan Smith of the Bears, Johnny Kecker of the Rams, little Alejandro Villanueva of the Steelers, followed by Brett Favre of the Packers. Then we got the Trey Sermon rated rookie of the San Francisco 49ers going to Buddy, followed by a green Trey McKitty of the Los Angeles Chargers headed to Kevin, a red press proof Russell Wilson of the Seahawks, followed by the Elite Series, Trey White of the Buffalo Bills. And then we have the inducted Drew Pearson of the Dallas Cowboys. Dallas Goedert of the Eagles, Akeem Hicks of the Bears, Leonard Floyd of the Rams, Juju Smith-Schuster of the Steelers, Von Miller of the Broncos, Irv Smith-Marset of the Minnesota Vikings. Right there, and that's going to Haley, followed up by a red press-proof Phillip Rivers of the Chargers. And then we have an Elite Series, Derrick Henry of the Tennessee Titans going to Buddy, followed by a Retro Series, Michael Strahan of the New York Giants going to Brennan. And buddy, get ready to party, because it is a Downtown DK Metcalf. Downtown DK Metcalf of the Seattle Seahawks. And that is going to get a scissor sticker. And that is going to Buddy. Nice hit right there. Not the downtown Trevor Lawrence that the BreakTraders team was looking for, but... Leonard Williams of the Giants, Jordan Poyer of the Bills, Russell Gage of the Falcons, Joey Bosa of the Chargers. We have Mr. Joe Namath of the Jets, followed by Zeke Elliott of the Cowboys. Then we have a Javon Holland rated rookie of the Miami Dolphins going to Buddy. A red press-proof DeAndre Hopkins of the Arizona Cardinals going to Ken. Followed up with a Dominators Aaron Donald of the Los Angeles Rams going to Ken as well. Followed by a Highlights Tom Brady of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Devin McCourty of the Patriots, Justin Tucker of the Ravens, AJ Green of the Cardinals, Jonathan Taylor of the Colts. We have Corey Davis of the Jets, Peyton Manning of the Colts, Mr. Carlos Boogie Basham of the Buffalo Bills going to Ken, followed by a red press-proof rated rookie Trey McKitty of the Chargers going to Kevin. And then we have dual Mac Jones of the New England Patriots, both of those going to Kaiser. Kaiser, new to BreakTraders, welcome. Here's some Mac Diddley Jones for you. With that Elite Series rookie and then the portrait. Looks like we're down to just 7 spots left. 7 spots left in that in those Revolution Hobby Breaks. 50% off at the link in the chat.
Is that our best discount ever?
It's one of them, but some of the Discord discounts get up there as well. Randy Moss of the Vikings, Sean Alexander of the Seahawks, Ryan Kerrigan of the Washington Football Team, Jameis Winston of the Saints, Clyde Edwards-Helaire of the Chiefs, DeAndre Hopkins of the Cardinals, followed by a Kadarius Toney rated rookie of the New York Giants to Brennan. Then we're going to have a Rashawn Slater silver press proof rated rookie out of 100 of the Los Angeles Chargers going to Kevin. Then we have the Action All-Pro Patrick Mahomes, followed by the Retro Series Drew Bledsoe. Darren Waller of the Raiders, followed by George Kittle of the 49ers, Drew Brees of the Saints, Tyler Boyd of the Bengals. Then we have CeeDee Lamb of the Cowboys, Justin Jefferson of the Minnesota Vikings, followed by Kelvin Joseph of the Dallas Cowboys, headed to Christopher B. And then we're going to have the Najee Harris out of 500 of the Pittsburgh Steelers going to Eric. A Power Formulas Jalen Hurts of the Eagles, and a Highlights Kenny Moore of the Indianapolis Colts. Myles Garrett of the Browns, Jerome Baker of the Dolphins, Robbie Anderson of the Panthers, Patty Mahomes of the Chiefs, followed by Khalil Mack of the Bears. Then we have Zaven Collins of the Arizona Cardinals going to Ken, followed by Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Blake with that green right there. Melvin Gordon with the red press proof of the Broncos. And then we have the rookies, Mr. Longneck Davis Mills of the Houston Texans, headed to Cynthia, followed by Justin Herbert of the Chargers. Cynthia's gotten a lot of Davis Mills cards over the last while. If he puts on a performance Sunday that's better than Thursday, I think his cards will start going up in value. Granted, I don't think he will because the Bills' defense is elite, but it's possible. Lawrence Taylor of the Giants, Cole Beasley of the Bills, Mike Vick of the Falcons, Mike Williams of the Chargers. We have Adrian Amos of the Packers, Tyreek Hill of the Chiefs, a Jalen Phillips RC of the Miami Dolphins going to Buddy, followed by a Julio Jones of the Atlanta Falcons, red press proof right there. Then we have the rookies, Dwame Brown of the Washington football team heading to Cynthia. And then a road to the Super Bowl, Robbie Gronkowski of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. You can check your order and fire me an email if you didn't, and I'll do a refund at least as long as they were after we started doing the discount. It looks like we've had quite a few of those used. Only 3 spots left. All in the next break. Looks like we will be doing an auction for those. Stephon Gilmore of the Patriots, Marquez Brown of the Ravens, Kyler Murray of the Cardinals, Michael Pittman of the Colts. We have a little Devontae Adams of the Packers, Joe Montana of the 49ers, Javian Hawkins of the Atlanta Falcons going to Peter, followed up by a red press proof Tom Brady of the New England Patriots going to Kaiser. And then we have an Elite Series rookie, Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons, followed by a Portraits Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons as well, heading to Peter. On to our last pack in this one. Oh, perfect. It looks like they may have all been closed out, actually, Dan. Yep, sold out. Thank you, Curtis. Harrison Smith of the Vikings, Mike Evans of the Bucks, Terry McLaurin of the Washington football team, David Johnson of the Texans, Emmitt Smith of the Cowboys, TJ Watt of the Steelers, and then a little Zachary Wilson of the New York Jets going to Buddy. Buddy having himself a pretty decent break today. Then we're going to have a Joe Tryon rated rookie red press proof of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Kaiser, followed by a Dominators Justin Herbert, and the champ is here, Ryan Suckup of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and to finish out that pack. And now we're going to run down our rookies before we get into our featured cards. We have the red press proof Joe Tryon of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the portrait Kyle Pitt of the Atlanta Falcons, Kyle Pitt's Elite Series of the Falcons, Javian Hawkins of the Falcons, and the rookies Dwame Brown of the Washington football team, Jalen Phillips of the Dolphins, Davis Mills of the Houston Texans, the green Jamar Chase of the Bengals, Zaven Collins of the Cardinals, Najee Harris out of 500 of the Steelers, Calvin Joseph of the Cowboys, the silver press proof Rashawn Slater of the Chargers, Kadarius Toney of the Giants, Trey McKitty of the Chargers, red press proof, Carlos Boogie Basham of the Bills, Javon Holland of the Dolphins, Amir Smith-Marset of the Minnesota Vikings, the green Trey McKitty of the Chargers, and Trey Sermon of the 49ers. And now on to our featured cards. We have the Peter, great to hear. Thank you. We have the rookie QBs right here. We have 2 Mac Wilson Jones and 1 Zach Wilson. The Mac Jones are going to Kaiser with the Patriots. Zach Wilson of the New York Jets going to Buddy. And now here we go. We're going downtown. Downtown. Do-do-do-do-do-do. And that DK Metcalf is going to Buddy with the Seattle Seahawks. And we will be right back with some Revolution basketball. Alrighty, folks, here we go. Some Revolution basketball. Do we have a team? We don't have one to randomize yet, do we?
No, we have a new one.
Alrighty. Well, here we go then. Let's do the Cleveland Cavaliers. The bidding will start at $1 in increments of $1.
A new one. Michael has him for $1 so far.
Michael with $1. Do we have $2? Curtis for $2. This should go for at least $5 with the Isaac Okoro chances. All right, we'll start the countdown. 30 seconds on the clock. Three from Seashell Track. And we're not even going to do the 15 second here. We'll give it the snipe on that one. And here we go. While we wait to receive that payment for our next keyword giveaway.
Sorry about that.
Kick. Ted Lasso, incorrect. No correct guesses. Seashell. It should be working. I'm not sure why it's not loading. That may be on your end, but I believe you will get that in. So John, get those teams loaded, and here we go. This is break 1419, the 2020-21 Revolution basketball break. Can you just... We are sending our Venmo right now. There you go. Karl Anthony Towns of the Timberwolves, Goran Dragic of the Heat, Andrew Wiggins of the Warriors. We have Mr. John Collins Astro of the Atlanta Hawks right there going to Nick. Followed up by a rookie revolution, Devin Vassell of the Spurs going to John. Jarrett Culver of the Timberwolves, Michael Porter Jr. of the Warriors, Kevin Huerter of the Hawks, followed by a little Josh Green Astro of the Dallas Mavericks. And that is heading to Mr. CEO, followed by Jashawn Chait of the Houston Rockets, going to Cynthia. Pascal Siakam of the Raptors, Marvin Bagley of the Kings, and boom goes the dynamite. It is a Saddiq Bey auto, and that is going to Joshua. Nice hit right there. Saddiq Bey of the Detroit Pistons going to Josh. And then we're going to have a RJ Barrett Astro of the New York Knicks going to Cynthia, followed by a Vortex Kyle Lowry of the Toronto Raptors going to Curtis. DeMar DeRozan of the Spurs, Shai Gilgeous of the Thunder, Colin Sexton of the Cavs, a Groove Malachi Flynn of the Toronto Raptors, and that's going to Curtis. Followed up by a Vortex, and that's going to be Devin Booker of the Phoenix Suns. Devin Booker of the Phoenix Suns going to Cynthia. 4 packs left in this break. Damian Lillard of the Trailblazers, Blake Griffin of the Pistons, Chris Paul of the Suns, a Vortex, Donovan Mitchell, Fractal of the Utah Jazz going to Curtis, and then Therese Maxey of the Philadelphia 76ers, and that is headed to Josh. 3 packs left here. Laurie Markin of the Bulls, Bradley Beal of the Wizards, Tobias Harris of the 76ers. We have a groove, DeJounte Murray of the San Antonio Spurs headed to John, followed by a supernova, Russell Westbrook of the Houston Rockets going to Cynthia. Two packs left. Klay Thompson of the Warriors, Ja Morant of the Grizzlies, Donovan Mitchell of the Jazz. A little bit of a fractal, Devin Booker of the San Antonio Spurs, of the Phoenix Suns headed to Cynthia. And then we have Therese Halliburton of the Sacramento Kings, and that is going to Jeff. Brett is so high on Maxey. I love it. Norman Powell of the Raptors, Russell Westbrook of the Wizards, Kawhi Leonard of the Clippers, and then we're going to have a Steven Adams Lava, Mr. Steven Adams of the New Orleans Pelicans, and that is headed to Buddy, and that is number 5, 3 out of 10. Followed up by Cassius Stanley, RC of the Pacers, and that is going to Cynthia. Alrighty, let's run down our veteran inserts. We have Supernova, Russell Westbrook of the Houston Rockets, followed by a Vortex, Donovan Mitchell of the Jazz, a Vortex, Devin Booker of the Suns, and a Vortex, Kyle Lowry of the Trailblazers. And then our veteran parallels. The Astro, RJ Barrett of the Knicks, the Astro, John Collins of the Hawks, the Groove, DeJounte Murray of the Spurs, and the Fractal, Devin Booker of the Phoenix Suns. Our regular Rook rundown is going to be Cassius Stanley of the Pacers to Cynthia, Tyrese Halliburton of the Kings going to Jeff, Tyrese Maxey of the 76ers to Josh, and Jashawn Tate of the Houston Rockets going to Cynthia. And then we have the Astro, Josh Green of the Dallas Mavericks to Mr. CEO. The Groove, Malachi Flynn of the Toronto Raptors going to Curtis. And the Rookie Revolution, Devin Vassell of the San Antonio Spurs going to John. And now on to our featured cards. We have a Lava and we have an Auto. The Lava, Steven Adams of the New Orleans Pelicans, 3 out of 10 going to Buddy. And the Sadiq Bey Auto of the Detroit Pistons going to Josh. And with that, we are done with break 14-19. Done with break 14-19. We will be right back from the hardwood with break 14-20. Yep. Alrighty, we are back, and before the second to last break of the night, let's do our randomization of kick. Kick, kick, kick. John, can we get a countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Shell Track.
Shell Track is up. And Shell Track getting the Upper Deck hockey pack right there. We have Anders Nilsson, David Krejcik, Adam Gaudette, Shea Theodore, a marquee rookies Emil Larmy, Vince Dunn, Jonathan Quick, and Marcus Peterson. And with that, it is time for break 1420. 1420. The 2020-21 Revolution Hobby one box pick your team. LaMarcus Aldridge, followed by Drew Holiday, Domantas Sabonis, an Astro, Kevin Huerter of the Atlanta Hawks going to Nick, followed by a Vortex, Nikola Jokic of the Denver Nuggets headed to Cynthia. Jaren Jackson of the Grizzlies, Alfred Payton of the Knicks, Carmelo Anthony of the Trailblazers, a Astro, Therese Maxey of the 76ers headed to Josh, followed by a base CJ Ellaby of the Portland Trailblazers going to Curtis. Draymond Green of the Warriors, D'Angelo Russell of the Timberwolves, Andre Drummond of the Cavs, a Revolution Zion Williamson liftoff of the New Orleans Pelicans going to Chris B. Right there. Followed up with a Rookie Revolution, Kira Lewis Jr. of the Pelicans as well. We have a little Tobias Harris of the 76ers, Donovan Mitchell of the Jazz, Norman Powell of the Raptors, and it is going to be a impact out of 149, Marvin Bagley Jr. of the Sacramento Kings going to a Mitch, followed up by Mr. Anthony Edwards of the Minnesota Timberwolves, and that is headed to Jeff. Holy hell. This may be the biggest hit we have had, and it is the biggest hit we've had in Revolution basketball. This is a galactic Zion liftoff. Wow. That is going to Chris. What a hit. Whew. Goran Dragic of the Miami Heat, Russell Westbrook of the Wizards, John Wall of the Rockets, an Astro, Andrew Wiggins of the Golden State Warriors, followed by a Vortex R.J. Barrett of the New York Knicks. That's on the mag. That's not on. That's on the mag, not the card. I can see that. Thank you, Mr. CEO, for calling that out. I can double check it at the end. Andrew Wiggins of the Warriors, Kevin Huerter of the Hawks, Terry Rozier of the Hornets, a liftoff James Harden fractal. Wow, they are just crushing the liftoffs right now of the Houston Rockets, and that is going to be going to Cynthia, followed up by Patrick Williams of the Chicago Bulls, going to Bob. Two packs left in this one. Jamal Murray of the Nuggets, Eric Gordon of the Rockets, Jonas Valanciunas of the Grizzlies, a Groove, Rui Hachimura of the Washington Wizards, going to Shell Tracks, followed up by a Supernova Giannis of the Milwaukee Bucks. Supernova Giannis of the Milwaukee Bucks right there. A PSA 6 Galactic Zion sold for 152. Or no, wait. Nope, sorry. Nope, that's 2019-20. 1 second, folks. I will find us something on that. Rudy Gobert of the Jazz, Devonta Graham of the Hornets, DeAndre Ayton of the Suns, a fractal Steph Curry of the Golden State Warriors, and that is heading to Jeff, followed by Elijah Hughes of the Utah Jazz, going to Curtis. A Galactic Liftoff just sold for $152. Alrighty, let's run these down. We have the Supernova Giannis of the Milwaukee Bucks, followed up by a Vortex R.J. Barrett and a Vortex Nikola Jokic on the inserts for our veteran inserts. Then we have Kevin Huerter of the Atlanta Hawks, Astro, going to Nick. The Astro Andrew Wiggins of the Golden State Warriors headed to Jeff. A Groove Rui Hachimura of the Wizards going to Charles. A Fractal Steph Curry of the Golden State Warriors going to Jeff. And then out of 149, the Impact, Marvin Bagley of the Sacramento Kings. And that is going to Mitch. And our rookie rundown, Elijah Hughes of the Utah Jazz going to Curtis. Patrick Williams of the Chicago Bulls heading to Bob. And CJ Ellaby of the Portland Trailblazers heading to Curtis as well. And now our featured rookies. We have the Astro Tyrese Maxey of the 76ers to Josh. And then we have the Kira Lewis Jr. Rookie Revolution of the New Orleans Pelicans going to Christopher. And now on to our featured cards. We have the the Anthony Edwards base, and then we have the liftoff fractal, Mr. James Harden, and then last but not least, it is the Galactic Liftoff Zion Williamson. And with that, we are done with break 1420. We will be right back from the hardwood from Mr. CEO's personal. Alrighty, Mr. CEO, I see you are still in the house. If you're ready to rock and roll, we're ready to rock and roll. Rock and a roll time. And Josh, to protect from damaging the corners, I cut it and then I break it a little, or break the back a little bit.
I don't think I've ever seen you cut a card, so.
No. And we've never had a damage card by us either. Knock on wood. Well, at least not since I've taken over as breaking. Alrighty, Mr. CEO, your first hit is going to be Mr. Kelly Oubre Jr. of the Golden State Warriors. Kelly Oubre Jr. of the Golden State Warriors. Following that up with a little Josh Green RC of the Dallas Mavericks. Josh Green of the Dallas Mavericks to follow that one up. Next up, we are going to have a little throwback. Mr. Carmelo Anthony of the Portland Trailblazers. Carmelo Anthony of the Portland Trailblazers. Next up, it is going to be our first auto, and that is Danny Shays with the Galaxy auto. Danny Shays of the Denver Nuggets. And that is going to be 134 out of 149. Our next hit is going to be J.J. Redick. J.J. Redick of the Dallas Mavericks. Going to Mr. CEO. And then we're going to have a pitch black. And that is going to be Mr. Jamal Murray of the Denver Nuggets. And that is 35 out of 35. Come on, you fucker. We're going to go with the big bag. Jamal Murray, pitch black. And last but not least, it is going to be a James Weissman RC with the rookie patch auto. And that is going to be out of 35. James Weissman out of 35 with the rookie patch auto. And we are going to mag that one up for Mr. CEO. Looks like there's one currently bidding with quite a few days remaining for $51. We've got a out of 99 one of them listed for $1,000, but that seems a bit high. But nice hit right there for Mr. CEO. Alrighty, let's run these down. Our veteran hits, we have Kelly Oubre Jr. of the Warriors, Carmelo Anthony of the Trailblazers, and J.J. Redick of the Dallas Mavericks. That J.J. Redick out of 99. Then we have a Josh Green RC of the Dallas Mavericks going for Mr. CEO. Following that up with a Jamal Murray Pitch Black 35 out of 35 right there. And next up we have the Galaxy out of 149, Danny Shays of the Denver Nuggets. And last but not least, we have the James Weissman rookie patch auto out of 35. That's 6 out of 35. And that is the end of this break. And with that, that is the end of our Wednesday night show. Thank you so much for being with us. Thanks to Dan and John for being here with us, making it happen behind the scenes. Thank you to all of our customers that have made our 101st show possible. We look forward to seeing you Friday night. Have a great night and happy breaking.